had a good day. So I need to just move a couple of things around because obviously we need to get settled. We need to get in. We need to get focused. We need to get ready for this big stream that's going to be coming up. I feel like this is one that a lot of people are going to be tuned in for. I think this is a night where I think both AEW and NXT are going to benefit from the fact that they're going head to head. I think everyone knows that we've got both shows kind of going up against each other. I do expect NXT to win in the ratings. I do expect that. I do expect NXT to emerge victorious. This is NXT's normal night. So for me, they should have the advantage. We've seen before, the show that runs on its normal night is the show that tends to succeed, right? Do better in the ratings. But I think AEW, even though they're going to see a decrease in their numbers from normal, I think the overall picture should hopefully result in there being more people watching wrestling than normal. Hopefully. Because I think that everyone knows that we've got all these promotions going up against each other. I feel like there's been a bit of a buzz around with people talking about which show they're going to be watching. Yeah, I mean, of course, that can largely just be the IWC. And, of course, we know that the ratings have massively fallen apart, right? Because of the new way that Nielsen does its rating system. But I don't know, man. I can't ignore that buzz. I can't ignore the buzz that's in the air. I can't ignore the excitement. And it definitely feels like there is excitement around. So let's go over to the preview. Then we'll get to your thoughts and we'll see what people have got to say. So Team NXT against Team TNA Men's Survivor Series match. We've got that coming up. We've got the women as well. We know that Joe Hendry is the ref for that. We know that Jordan Grace is the ref for that. We got Hardy Boys challenging DarkState in a winner-takes-all match. So we are going to get new tag champs. I think we're going to see a win for the Hardys in that. So my prediction is that we're going to get the NXT women winning, the TNA men winning. Although you could have that the other way round. Kelani could lead her team to victory. And maybe Trick and Oba and all of those guys. I don't think Oba's in, actually. Ricky and Trick and Javon. You know, it's a good team. Either way, it's going to be 1-1, yeah? One is going to be NXT, one is going to be TNA. Choose whichever one you want. Doesn't really matter. Hardy Boys, DarkState, winner take all. I think it's Hardy Boys. And then I think Ethan retains against Mustafa Ali. I think 4 matches. At the end, it'll be 2-2. 2 for NXT, 2 for TNA. We'll come together. We'll hug each other. Everyone will be crying. And we'll just be like, do you know who the real winner is? The real winner is the fans. The real winner is pro wrestling. And then we'll start singing Kumbaya or something like that. And it'll all be very emotional. So that is what we're expecting from NXT. I don't know if there's going to be anything in the way of a surprise. I feel like they would do well to have something up their sleeve because I'm fairly confident that AEW are going to have something up their sleeve. I still don't know who's challenging Mercedes Moné, for example. I don't know if that's been announced. Did see an excellent theory that it could be Izzy, you know, the young girl that she made cry 10 years ago. Izzy, who is now 18 and a women's champion, was a women's champion in Mission Pro Wrestling. You know, it could absolutely be that she takes on Sasha, which would definitely get people talking and would definitely trend on social media, and would also take a moment away from WWE if they ever thought about doing that. Of course, they can do Bayley Izzy in the future. But yeah, I could see them doing something like that. I could see them having a little trick up their sleeve, AEW. So I wonder if NXT are going to have a little trick up their sleeve. So yes, looking forward to the show. Sieb said, Daze, thoughts on Xavier re-signing? It's fair enough if both sides are happy. I thought Xavier might have wanted a refresh, considering he's been stale for a few years. I don't know. I mean, like, if it's one of those, isn't it, where if he goes, you can understand it, as you said. If he stays, you can understand it. So I think it's one of those where it was decisions made. He made the decision. I suppose you can look at it and go, he's a definite Hall of Famer with the New Day. New Day, arguably the greatest tag team in WWE history, up there with the Usos and the Hardys. Definite top 5. A lot of people's number 1. And I think that, at the point where he's at in his career, he's probably looking at the money he's making. He's probably looking at the age that he's at. And he's probably, I don't know that he's looking around the landscape thinking that he could be like a big main star. I mean, if he goes to AEW, would he get their top title with the talent they've got around? I don't know. If he goes to New Japan, would he do something? He might be able to make a bit of a name for himself in New Japan. New Japan are desperate at the moment for anyone that has got a bit of star power. So, he might be able to go over there and do a little something. But I don't know. Equally, he's getting paid really well. He's a definite Hall of Famer. I think he's got up, down, down, and I don't know what would happen to that if he was to walk away. I think there's endless opportunities with Netflix, WWE's connections. I mean, they've got UFC under the TKO umbrella. They're working with Netflix. They're on ESPN. I think if you walk away from WWE now, you're walking away from a lot of connections and potential opportunity. I mean, we're seeing Cody in like the Street Fighter film. We're seeing Liv go off and do movies. I sort of feel like if you walk away from WWE, you are walking away from all of that potential. Now, maybe, he's not really embraced some of the opportunities, or maybe some opportunities haven't come his way. But he will have weighed all that up, of course. So, fair play, honestly. It's one of those where I think if someone had said, have you heard that Xavier's leaving? My answer would have been, well, I can understand it. Because at the stage in his career, it's now or never. So if he feels like there's more to get out of his career as a solo star, I can understand that. But equally, if he's re-signed, you can say, well, I understand that because, lots of opportunities. It's the biggest wrestling promotion in the world. I think the pay is probably as good as he's going to find anywhere outside of AEW that might be able to match what WWE pay. But I kind of feel like, I'm fine, get it. Whichever way he'd gone, I think was not going to be controversial, I could understand either decision, so fair enough. Jitters said, I wasn't keen on the New Day when they first started. Same with Judgment Day, but the more it went on, the more I enjoyed it. For me, Dudley Boy's a number 1, said Glock Ness. I think that's very fair. Very fair. Hannah said, Daze, huge night. It's not a surprise that you'll be Team NXT, but with a plot twist. What if NXT and TNA decide to join forces and hint at invading WWE as a whole? Well, that'd be very exciting. I think people would be on board with that. If for some reason they joined forces and decided to invade the main roster. I don't know that WWE would necessarily go with that. I don't know that they would because, well, I just don't know that, to be honest, I don't know that they'd cope with the story of that size. I mean, they can't even book the Wyatt Six. So, do you know what I mean? It's they can't even book the Vision as a group. So could you imagine an invasion featuring NXT and TNA and the main roster having to fight back? I just think that's probably beyond their capabilities. So it'd be very exciting. I don't personally see it happening, but I'd be down for it. Jitter said, I was waiting for Judgment Day to disband, but I think they need the mid-card faction. They're quite fun to watch. The backstage stuff is fun as well, says the Jitters. Jared said, is the case that NXT are the faces and TNA are the heels? I think it just depends who you support. I mean, if you're an NXT fan, you have seen NXT go and win the top titles from TNA. And, I mean, I don't really watch what happens over on TNA. I don't know if NXT has been disrespectful over there. But, I've not seen NXT particularly do anything wrong. I mean, they've won the top titles from TNA, but to my knowledge, not really in any kind of crazy way. It's not like the whole of NXT helped us get those belts. I mean, if there was any cheating involved, it was nothing out the ordinary. It was nothing that you don't normally see anyway. So to me, NXT hasn't really done anything to be the heels apart from winning the belts from TNA, right? I mean, if we'd have won those belts and then just chucked them in a cupboard, do you know what I mean? If we'd won those belts and then disrespected them by dragging them on the floor or chucking them round or something like that. I mean, I suppose you could say that Trick has been wearing the belt upside down, but he said that he's doing that because he's turned TNA upside down by being their champion and all that. Like, I don't think he's particularly doing it as a disrespect. But even if he was, he is a heel. So, I don't know. I don't really look at it as like NXT being heels or TNA being heels. I mean, you could easily spin it and say that TNA have invaded NXT. They came over to NXT and disrupted matches and kind of threw their toys out of the pram because they don't have their belts. I mean, the simple answer is win them back, isn't it? Rather than coming over with a cyber truck and like trying to invade and all that. Not actually, we can't say invades. Forcing a showdown, I don't think either side is a heel or either side is a face. I think that it's just a battle of two brands, really. I suppose in a way, much like when it was Raw against SmackDown at Survivor Series. I mean, no one was a heel or a face then. You just sort of went with the team that you liked the most. So, of course, I'm going to be NXT. But as I said last week, I'm not looking for NXT to embarrass TNA. I don't want that. I certainly don't want TNA embarrassing NXT. I don't want anyone getting embarrassed, and I don't think anyone will. I think that would be stupid booking if that's what you was to do. So I'm not expecting 4-0, right? I'm not expecting 4-0. And if we are going to get 4-0, I actually hope it's TNA that does it rather than NXT. Because you're already hearing a few mutterings that NXT have benefited more than TNA, which I disagree with. I think TNA have benefited massively by having their belts featured on a bigger show. I mean, NXT is much bigger than Impact. Ratings-wise, it outdraws it, by a mile. NXT, you could argue, is bigger than Dynamite now. And so to have TNA so prominently mentioned and positioned week in, week out on this show is clearly a benefit. And that is showing in their ticket sales. They're now trying to negotiate a new TV deal. They've got WWE's support with that as well. I mean, I think that this has been great for both. I think this has worked for both. It's just a shame the perception is that it has not worked as well for TNA. IWC, I think, has kind of looked at it and felt that one side has benefited more than the other. So, IWC will do what IWC does. So, whatever. You can make your own minds up as to how you feel about it. My feeling is that TNA have definitely benefited from this. I think NXT have benefited from this. I think that it's been a really good partnership. So I'm not looking for anyone to get embarrassed. If they do have someone win, then okay. I hope it's like 3-1. Because, I mean, as far as I know, there's 4 matches. So if someone's going to win, it's going to have to be 3-1. And rather than it being 4-0. And I'd probably have, TNA win. But of course, as an NXT fan, I'm going to be, rooting for NXT. But it's just a bit of fun, isn't it? I mean, to be honest, it's not that serious. I know we've had fun with it in the builds, and I know it's been like a big kind of fun build, but yeah, we all know the real enemy is AEW. That's the real enemy. I mean, there is a war tonight, but to be honest with you, it's not NXT TNA. It's NXT AEW. That's the real war tonight. It's hard to get invested in the fake war when there is a real war, It's a little bit like there being a war going on between USA and Russia or something like that in real life, and you're going to sit down and play Call of Duty. Do you know what I mean? I'm not interested in the fake war. I'm interested in the real war. And there is a real war. And that war is NXT AEW tonight. So what I want is I want NXT to get the better of the ratings. That's what I want. That's the result I'm looking for. And anything between TNA and NXT is secondary tonight. So, yes, there's lots of wars going on. Everywhere you look, there's war. Billy Rock said, I think TNA will shine tonight. NXT will only win the women's match. I've got a feeling, says Billy Rock. Billy Rock, shout out to you. That's interesting that you think that it won't be 2-2. 2-2 is what I am expecting. But you know what? I'm going to do a poll and we'll ask the question, who wins the war, right? So is it going to be NXT? Is it going to be TNA? We'll talk about the fake war. Or is it going to be a draw? So NXT, TNA, or a draw. James said, what war? Dynamite can't even get a third of Raw ratings. Yeah, but they're not that far away from NXT, are they? I mean, it's tonight, isn't it? NXT, AEW, head-to-heads. I expect NXT to win. To be honest with you, if NXT win tonight, the ratings war with AEW, I don't think that's much of a brag. I don't think that's much of a glow. I expect them to. Actually, NXT has got everything to lose tonight and not much to gain. And the reason why I say that is because, as we said at the start of the stream, the show that normally runs on its usual day is the show that does better. So this is a Tuesday. That's NXT's night. So NXT should be largely unaffected. There will be some decrease in viewership because some people will choose AEW over NXT. Many people will watch both, but some people will watch one and then watch the other after. Because to be honest, some people want to watch the show properly, right? They want to actually watch the show and enjoy the show. So they don't want to have to kind of keep an eye on both and miss bits and all that stuff. So some people will choose AEW and some people will choose then watch NXT. Some people will watch NXT and then watch AEW after. I don't actually know how the new ratings work because I don't know. I mean, is there going to be people that just watch the one? I suppose there will be. I suppose there will be people that just watch one, but I think the ratings now include a little bit of not just live, but a little bit afterwards. So if someone watches AEW and then watches NXT, I think both would get a rating out of that. So, I don't know. It's messier now. It's more complicated now. But eventually the numbers are going to come out, aren't they? Later in the week, the number will come out of this is what AEW did. This is what NXT did. And honestly, NXT should win that number battle. They should win it. And if they don't, that is a big deal because the show that runs on its normal night normally wins. So, and NXT has been outperforming AEW. And then you look at the show NXT have put on with this showdown. I know a lot of people are going to say it doesn't matter. That, like, we don't need to worry about that stuff, and that's fine. That's fair, right? I'm actually not majorly focused on that, but that is definitely something that when the numbers come out, I will be looking for. You know, I've got to mention it because it is a factor. as I said, like, if we're going to joke and talk about a TNA NXT war, I genuinely think the bigger war is NXT AEW tonight to see who wins the ratings. I expect it to be NXT. I think they've got it all to lose, very little to gain. If they beat AEW, they should beat AEW. It's NXT's night. AEW could get a massive upset if they beat NXT, though. Don't think they will, but they could get them. I haven't seen what their show looks like, actually. I'd imagine they've stacked it. I'd imagine they're a pretty stacked, star-studded show because they're on a different night. And, well, I mean, we've all seen what's happened to the ratings recently. Alex said, I'm just going to watch AEW tonight. I don't care about the showdown, but I will check out the highlights. Well, Alex, it's been lovely having you in the community, buds. I hate blocking people, but, well, here we are. Mr. Ethan said, Daze, what do we think about the North American Championship match? I think Ethan will lose to Mustafa Ali with the help of Wagner Jr. If that doesn't happen, I have TNA men, NXT women, Hardys, and Mustafa. I've got it 2-2. I think that it makes sense that you've got 2 Survivor Series matches, so it makes sense to me that NXT would win one, TNA would win the other. And so then it comes down to those 2 matches. So, you know, Hardy's DarkState, which way are you going to go on that? And then, you know, another title on the line, which is going to be Mustafa Ali against Ethan Page. My feeling is that it's going to be a draw at the end of the night. We got 4 matches. It can be 2-2. To be honest, I mean, they could have booked 5 matches, couldn't they? They could have booked 5 matches, and we could have had potentially a winner. I know you can end with double count-outs and stuff like that, but, you know, if we had 5 matches, you know, we could have had a 3-2 situation or something like that. But 4 matches makes me think that they've done that so that it does end 2-2. So I'm thinking Ethan retains. I think he's going to go in a match against Wagner, and he'll probably go into that match as champion. I think Hardys win. They're going to have to make it 2-2. And I think Hardys with the NXT titles is a new story, isn't it? You know, the Hardys have won gold in WWE again. And, I mean, I don't even know the last time they won gold in WWE. Didn't they win the belts at 33, WrestleMania 33? I don't know if they've won anything since then, so, you know, it could be the first time in, like, 8 years that they win. I could see that being a bit of a talking point, being a headline. So Hardy's winning gold in WWE again. Talking point. Ethan retaining and maybe Wagner Jr. confronting him. Little talking point. And then the Survivor Series matches go in each way, one for TNA, one for NXT, 2-2 overall. That's my prediction. That's what I'm thinking. If you're thinking different, awesome, let's go. I'm interested in what people are thinking. Martin said, I just finished rewatching the Bloodline story on WWE Vault. The fall from grace. Since that storyline has been crazy. I hated it, but wow, how I miss it now. Yeah, I think that revolutionized wrestling in recent times. I think it's one of the biggest stories that WWE have ever done. I think that the impact of it is not going to be known until we're kind of a bit more further away from it. But even as I'm sat here right now, it sort of feels like WWE was declining in like 2018, 2019. Then we hit what feels like rock bottom with the pandemic and the Thunderdome era. And you know, I saw this thread the other day, which was forgotten moments from the pandemic era, right? I think they even said fun moments that you've forgotten. I watched it. It was flipping awful. They had 5 moments, and I'm not joking. 3 of them were cringe. And I was looking, going, this is what you're raising up. This is what you're lifting up as being like, oh, do you remember these fun moments? I was like, oh, God, that era sucked. That era sucked. So I feel like when we get to 2020, 2021, I mean, this is why I just can't be down on 2025 to the extent of other people. Because when you've gone through 2020 and 2021, when you've gone through zombies trying to eat the Miz, you kind of look at this and go, do you know what? This ain't that bad, man. But then I think obviously we get like, you know, that lift in 2021. And that's where the bloodline's starting to, you know, really find its feet. And yeah, I mean, I think when we look back and we see the impact that the bloodline story had on the business and kind of how it was able to like really take us back up. And seemingly now that it kind of finished, we've started going back down again, right? Now that the bloodline story's finished. I mean, we're having to do a bit of a bloodline story now to see if we can boost the ratings again. We're having Roman like talking to Jay and having Jimmy kind of being pushed out. And we're like even doing a little bloodline story right now to try and see if we can just boost the ratings. Have you seen what Roman's doing? He's talking to Jay. Jimmy doesn't like it. We're trying. We are genuinely trying to go back to the bloodline to boost the ratings again. Yeah, it's one of the biggest stories that's ever been told in WWE. One of the best stories. And it was a really great time. Do you remember week after week they would brag about Triple H would come out on the press conferences and brag about how they've broken a new attendance record. They've now got the biggest gate. They've sold out TV shows 50 weeks in a row. Do you remember all those brags? And we were like, okay, Jesus. I mean, they haven't spoke about anything like that in ages. They haven't spoke about anything like that in ages. But I mean, we used to get brags all the time of different records. I do credit the bloodline for much of that. Jitta said, how would we present Trick when he finally makes his debut? He's more interesting as a heel, said the Jitters. It's a really good question. To be honest, I think at first I'd want to put him with some people. I don't think I'd just have him on his own. I think he can talk, but I think I'd want to put him in a little group. I wouldn't hate putting him back with Mello. And actually, because I think Carmelo's a little bit lost. Maybe having Trick and Mello kind of run together again for a little bit. I don't know if I'd put them in the tag division. You know, they can have singles matches. The other person can be around. But I just think get people used to Trick. Get people and, you know, give Mello some backup. And then, you know, eventually have them turn on each other again. So I'd probably do something along those lines. I think it's a good shout. I think it works well. I think definitely putting him with someone, because if you call people up and just have them on their own, you can see how challenging that can be to like introduce them. You know, if you think about when we called up Carmelo and he was on his own, we ended up having to put the Miz with him to try and help him out a little bit. You know, you can go through a bit of a list, actually. I mean, Gunther, when he came up, he had Imperium. So there's definitely people that have come up on their own that have done well. But look at Braun, look at Bronson. Both of those guys were okay. But now, you know, they've been put in the vision. They've been put in a group. I kind of feel like with Trick, he's good. He's going to take him a little time to find his feet. I think people always forget how hard it is to adjust to the main roster. I mean, the main roster is completely different to NXT. Completely different. I mean, you cannot prepare people for the travel, for, you know, actually staying in the hotels and doing all the media and then performing in front of thousands of people. Like, you can't prepare people for that in the Performance Center. The Performance Center can get you ready for hitting your cues and delivering on your matches and doing your promos. They can give you the bread and the butter, but they can't prepare you for when you level up and when you're doing it, you know, on the road and you're not going to your own house night after night, you know. Plus also you're having to do it in different venues, in front of different people, in front of different crowds. Don't forget the NXT crowd is largely the same people week after week. I mean, once you're over with them, you're over. But going to different towns, facing different reactions. I mean, yeah, hard. So I kind of feel like bringing Trick up and just chucking him out there does not feel like the right way forward to me. Put him in a group, put him in a faction, put him with Carmelo, give him, TV matches, obviously promo time, all of that good stuff. But I think you can see quite often that people end up going into tag teams, going into factions, having a bit of support. Sometimes, with Riddle, you might put them with Randy Orton, you might put them with a legend, show them the ropes. I mean, you've got the whole politics of the locker room. I mean, you could walk into the locker room, put your stuff down, it turns out you sat in someone's seat. And there's all this kind of awkwardness. There's all this kind of trying to figure out how it works on the main roster. I don't think it's as bad as it was. I mean, could you imagine being called up from NXT, walking into a locker room that's got JBL and The Undertaker and Rikishi and those kinds of people? Can you imagine trying to swim in those waters? Imagine trying to then go out and do the best job you can when you've got those kind of people around. I mean, those are big sharks in deep waters. I mean, even just navigating the backstage politics and just getting yourself comfortable. I mean, we all know what it's like, or I think a lot of us will know what it's like going to a new school, going to a new place of work, like if you move jobs and you go to a new place of work or something like that. Like, it's true. I mean, it's true. It's just human nature. I mean, I think what Unreal showed us is that people like Rhea, they're anxious. They have nerves. They have panic attacks. You just don't think about these things. But, nerves, anxiety. I mean, I think, wasn't it Alexa that spoke about being riddled with anxiety throughout her career? I mean, these, you look at them as wrestlers that are just no nonsense, don't give a flip. They'll go off on the internet and talk about how, they don't care about what people say and all that. They do. They're humans at the end of the day. They're just people like you and me. Negativity affects them as much as it affects anyone else. Negative comments that play on your mind, it plays on their minds as well, And I think obviously there's good support to help them with that. I think at the Performance Center, they talk about social media and they talk about how to deal with those kinds of things. And they absolutely should talk about those things. But I think it's not right to think that they don't get anxious or nervous or have panic attacks or anything. They absolutely do. They're human at the end of the day. And that adjustment is a major adjustment. So this is why, for me, I think don't expect people to be like, bang, I'm here, Don't expect it to be a case of hit the ground running. Some people can adapt better than others, but I think it's, with Trick, I honestly, I see a massive star. I see a WrestleMania main eventer. I see a world heavyweight champion. No doubt in my mind whatsoever. I see a world heavyweight champion in Trick Williams. I think he's got the height, the look, the physique, the promo skills. He's ready to be called up. He says he's been ready for ages now. He just wants to get his teeth into it. I think, him being a heel has given a whole new fresh coat of paint to him as well. I think he's just ready. He's just ready. So some of it is going to be a feeling out process of how are the crowd reacting. What does he need? A lot of it is going to be trial and error. So, there's obviously lots of things that Vince tried that didn't work. And so, you kind of, I would set him up to succeed long term, which means get him into a tag team, get him into a faction. Doesn't need to have tag matches if he's in a faction. He can have singles matches with some ringside support, but long term, get it so that he gets comfortable, he's settled, we can make sure the presentation is right. He's probably going to go through that sort of prototype era where we just need to make some tweaks and adjustments till we found what works. And then boom, I think we're away. I think he's got everything. Match quality is good. Could be better, but it's fine. Promos are good. Could be better. I mean, in the sense of he could be CM Punk and he isn't, but they're good. I mean, he is quite happy to stand his ground and interrupt and, do you know what I mean, say what needs to be said. He's got a few good little lines as well that he's used. Certainly when he's going off on people like Oba and Javon, I think he's engaging. It's not like he comes out and he stumbles on his words. His delivery is good. He's got a nice flow, nice delivery, nice inflections. Yeah, he ticks the boxes for me, man. I'm really excited for Trick to get to the main roster. I would not be down on Trick being John Cena's first opponent, or final opponent. It's not going to be. But I think that could be a real passing of the torch. I think that could be a moment where it wouldn't be a case that Cena would be saying this is the guy now. It's too early for that. But it could be, you might not know who this is, but you know now. It could be one of those types of moments where, you know, Trick Williams comes out, faces John Cena, and hopefully they put on a banging match. Trick would win. Cena would be shaking his hands. I don't think Trick would attack him after. I think Trick would show some respect. And it would be one of those where forever he would be the guy that retired John Cena. And people would be interested to see what he would do next. And WWE can give him good success, build him. You know, a bit like Jacob. Jacob's been in WWE a little while now. You know, I think he arrived kind of the middle of 2024. So, you know, he's been around for nearly a year and a half on the main roster. He's never touched a World Heavyweight Championship. But they've been making steady progress with him, building him. You could absolutely do that with Trick. Give him a big monster moment, having him be the final opponent for John. Really get everyone like, damn, this is someone I need to pay attention to. You know, put Trick in the Rumble, make him look good. Maybe have him as the Iron Man. Doesn't need to win it. Again, put him in the Elimination Chamber, make him look good. Doesn't need to win it. Give him a decent match at WrestleMania. Hopefully a really good match with a good build. Give him a win on a big stage. Have him talk about going after a championship. Have him in Money in the Bank, maybe just falling short. Maybe win the first championship at SummerSlam, mid-card title. I mean, you can get from him being Cena's last opponent to him winning a mid-card belt by the time we get to SummerSlam in 2026 to 2027 maybe being the year that he's knocking on the World Heavyweight Championship door. So, I don't know. You can see a path. I could see a path there. I could write that. I could make that work. But it's not going to be him, by the way. It's going to be Gunther, but I am really high on him coming up to the main roster. I'm really high on him like achieving some stuff when he actually gets there. I don't think he's going to bomb or, you know, kind of get lost in the shuffle. He might for bits, like Jacob has for bits. You know, I think it's too much to ask to think that it's just going to be perfect, seamless, you know. But there'll be ups and downs, peaks and troughs, but the overall trajectory is going to be like that. Just like Jacob, the overall trajectory is going up, yeah? But, you know, there's periods where we've not seen him for a few weeks or he's been in the odd bad match. So, you know, it's just normal. That's how it goes. Right, let's go into Super Chats. Jay said, what was the defining moment that made you give up on streaming and watching AEW? Oh, I think it was the Devil storyline. I was really not into MJF and Adam Cole. And there was a whole Devil thing. I found, so they were rivals that then got made to team together. And so they were in a tag team together. So they teamed together on the pre-show, and then they went up against each other in the main event. And I just found that whole story to be very frustrating. And they did a lot of like silliness in regards to, I mean, this is your AEW World Champion. And I remember them doing some just nonsense segments where they were something to do with, was it Aussie Open they were going after? Because I remember them like doing Steve Irwin skits, and I remember them going to Outback Steakhouse, and I remember things like that where they were kind of parodying and like making fun of the stereotypes of Australia. And I remember looking at it thinking, this is the world champion. MJF is the world champion. And like trying to turn MJF face was crazy to me because MJF is a great heel. He's got great heel lines. So they turned MJF face. They had him messing around doing like this silly kind of what I would associate with like R-Truth comedy. They had him teaming up with his rival, who was Adam Cole. And then they, introduced into that the Devil story. So for me, I think it was kind of just before the Devil story that I was like, I don't even know what this is now. This is just nonsense. I sort of feel like the top world champion should be the guy, should be cool, should be, you know what I mean? Like Roman. But instead we were just, it was like R-Truth nonsense. And then the Devil storyline happened. And then, of course, that turned out to be Adam Cole. And that whole thing was just so underwhelming. I think the Devil storyline really was a problem for AEW. I think that actually drove quite a few people away. Because when I left, it was still doing 850 in the ratings on a regular basis. It would be in the 800,000 range. And do you remember around that time, every week, people were like, is it going to do a milli? I remember everyone talking about, is it going to do a milli? And there was memes that had like Shad Khan, who I think is Tony Khan's dad. There was memes of him looking sad, and it said no milli. So every time Dynamite didn't hit the million mark, there was those anti-AEW accounts that would post a picture of Shad Khan looking sad, saying no milli. I mean, could you imagine? When was the last time Dynamite did a million? I mean, I don't even look now to see if those anti-AEW accounts even bother posting. I can't imagine they do. What would be the point now of posting a meme saying no milli? When, I think the rating for Dynamite last week was 400 and some thousand under this new rating system. Yeah. So to me, like, it was around that ballpark when I left. And then in 2024, the numbers just crashed. I mean, we went from 850 to regularly being 700,000. And now with the new ratings update, it's 500,000, 400,000. The numbers have just collapsed. I know people are saying that there's HBO Max now and that there's people watching via HBO Max. So the number that you see isn't the total number. I understand that. But still, I think everyone can agree that the company is not as strong as it was going back about 3-4 years ago, right? I think that's undeniable, that it's not in as good a place as it was 3-4 years ago. So for me, you mess around with your top end of the card and you're really messing around, you're messing with fire. I mean, the top end of the card is really what drives everything. So Roman, Bloodline, that's when WWE were at their strongest. Replacing that with Cody and not giving him any good, interesting creative, has resulted in the numbers going down. Cody, I think, is going to be looked at as a pretty weak champion because the numbers and everything for WWE are not where they were. And that's because you've done nothing with him. I do not blame Cody. I do think it's a bit of a problem, him going off and doing films. I do think him going off and doing Street Fighter is a little bit of a problem because at least if Roman was away, we still had the Bloodline that could talk about him. But if Cody goes. We don't have like the Codyettes to be talking about him whilst he's away, right? We don't have like a presence of Cody around. If Cody goes to do a film, he goes. And, he came back, did a match with Drew that had no builds. Now he's in an interesting feud with Seth, but it's Seth that's making it interesting. Cody's not making it interesting. It's Seth that's making the match at Crown Jewel interesting. So really, what has Cody done with this second title run since SummerSlam? Nothing. And there was a lot of criticism for his first title run because of how mid that was. For me, it's not Cody, it's the creative. They just are not doing anything with him. But it's clearly not as good as Bloodline, is it? So when it comes to AEW, I think you really need to figure out who your champion is, and you really need to figure out how you're going to present them. And I think that's the most important thing you can do. Who's your champion? How do you present that person? And I think when they were messing around with MJF and making him face and having him doing silly segments and stuff like this, and that's your top guy that I'm meant to take serious, I was like, nah, I'm really struggling here. And then certainly when the rest of the show as well was just like a lot of, you know, I suppose it's like WWE where there's tag matches that you just don't care about. You know, there's like people being put in tag matches and you're like, I just don't care about this. The thing with WWE is at least I can watch people in NXT, watch them go to the main roster and follow their story. With AEW, there's a lot of people that I've only seen a few times, or it's people that I just don't have a connection with, like we've never really invested in them. And so as a result, if I'm watching Butcher and Blade in action, I just don't care. I just don't care. I'm watching matches that I just don't care. We've not done any kind of interesting work to build up those people. But at least with WWE, if I'm watching the main roster, there's a really good chance that I've watched these people already and have some connection with them thanks to watching them in NXT. You know, AEW, it doesn't have an NXT. I suppose you could say Ring of Honor. I don't know how they use that. But when they bought Ring of Honor, I kind of thought that could be their NXT. And you could bring talent through Ring of Honor, get people connected with that talent so that when it goes to Dynamite, you know, you're much more familiar with them. We've just spent ages talking about Trick going up to the main roster. You can put Trick in rubbish tag matches, and I'll watch it. I won't be thrilled about it, but I like Trick. I'm invested in Trick. I've watched him be TNA champ, NXT champ. But there's so many people in AEW that I had no connection with. I just didn't care about them. So, you know, you kind of then have to try and find things that you do care about. And there were things. You know, there were some good things. I remember having a bit of praise for, like, Darby Allin. Always felt like he gave 100%. I've always enjoyed watching Kenny Omega. I have nothing bad to say about Kenny Omega. He seems like a really nice bloke, and I've always enjoyed watching his matches. I don't know about his booking. I can't really get into any deep conversations around that, but I always enjoyed watching Kenny. I always, you know, had respect for Darby Allin. Britt Baker had done some good stuff throughout the years. I'd enjoyed her. So there was things about AEW. I mean, I think when I stopped watching, I don't think Tony had become timeless at that point. Obviously, Punk was around. That was great. So Punk coming back, that gave me something to get my teeth into. But with Punk gone, Kenny injured, Darby not really progressing, the top end of the card falling apart and just being silly, a devil storyline that underwhelmed, and really very little else that I could find that I enjoyed, you do just kind of go, do you know what? I can keep doing these streams and complain, or I can just accept that this is just not for me. This promotion is not for me. I understand they're trying to give me great wrestling. I understand their intentions are good. I understand they're a home for wrestlers that don't have a home because WWE doesn't want them or whatever, right? I get all that. But at the end of the day, if I don't enjoy the show, if I watch the show and I don't enjoy it, it ain't for me, is it? It ain't for me. Even if they've got the best intentions in the world, this ain't for me. So that was it. Yeah, I was at start of 2024. I walked away, but I must admit I have kept an eye on Timeless Tony Storm. I think that's been excellent. I think that's been brilliant. Nothing but praise for that. And you know, Harley Cameron seems pretty fun. I like her Mercedes puppet that she's got. So I think that's good. Mercedes seems to have done well. She seems like a big star. And actually, her against Tony was, you know, a match that you're like, oh, damn, that's good. I mean, those women, I would say, have killed it. Feel a bit sorry for Jamie Hayter. She seems to have gone off the boil. I really enjoyed watching her. She had a great match with Tony Storm a few years ago, actually. Really good. Really enjoyed that. So I'm not going to say it was all bad because that would be a lie. I think AEW, I could put together a top 50 moments that I really enjoyed. But, you know, unfortunately, there was not enough on a weekly basis to keep me around. So, but it could be better now. I mean, I've heard good stuff about Carl Fletcher. A lot of praise for him. We know that Tony Storm's doing great work. Mercedes, as we said. I could watch it and maybe find some stuff now. It could be in a better place than when I left. But there's not enough there to make me want to bring it back on the agenda where I'm going to watch it every Wednesday and watch the pay-per-views. I just don't feel like I'm missing out. I just don't have a feeling where it's like, I need to watch that show. I can't, everyone's talking about it. I'm really missing out. Do you know what I mean? I don't need to watch Big Boom AJ. I'm all right. So, there you go. There's a deep dive into AEW. Steve said, do we think that we should be worried? If we're being honest, WWE shows only seem good when Roman's on. 9 out of 10 without Roman. The shows seem to be dross, if you get my view. I get your view. I think Roman elevates shows. He is the biggest star in the industry. He's going to have an impact, right? I mean, it's a bit like back in the day. If Hogan was on the show, it was a bigger deal. And I think with Roman and his reduced schedule, if Roman's on the show, it's a bigger deal. Just like if Cena's on the show, you know, he's only working 30 dates this year. If Cena's on the show, it's a bigger deal. You know you're going to get a segment. And at the moment, there's a good chance you'll get a match as well. Because now that he's babyface, he doesn't seem to just be doing promos. He wants to do promos and give the crowd a match. I mean, he's got 2 more Raw dates. There's every chance he'll do 2 matches, 1 on each of those Raws, as well as the PLE appearances. I think there's 5 appearances left. I think 3 of those are PLEs, Crown Jewel, Survivor Series, and Saturday night's main event, and then the other 2 are Raws. So I think we've got 5 more Cena matches. And that's a bigger deal, of course. So I think it's one of those where if Roman's on, yes, it helps. But if Roman's not on, then obviously we've got to make sure that there's still enough for the fans. I would say that the past, I don't know, month, I do genuinely feel that WWE has, I don't know, someone's had a word. I feel like someone said this isn't good enough. I feel like if you don't have to look that hard to go back and see that a lot of the backstage segments and a lot of things we were getting backstage were just to set up the next match. So you would go and there'd be a little thing, someone would argue, and then we'd go to that match. And the backstage segments, there wasn't really much of a thread that went throughout the show. It was kind of segment by segment. And it feels like there's been a definite change where now there are threads that go throughout the show. Like we will have a few backstage Roman segments. We will have some Asuka Kairi segments. There will be something that's weaved throughout the show to keep you watching, keep you hooked, keep you engaged. And that is a definite improvement. It's a definite improvement. So I do feel like over the past month, there has been a change. I feel like there is more of a thread through the show. I feel like they've invested a bit more into some of the stories. And I think it's really important that when we see those things, that we praise those things. I think that's really important. And the reason why is because I think the noise saying that you don't like stuff is very loud. You know, we're all very quick to go, that sucks. Even me, I'm the quickest, right? And I'm very honest. I mean, I don't think there's anything that I've not liked that I've just not said, right? I mean, don't get me wrong, when it comes to Pat, I kind of stopped banging on about it because I kind of figured you guys don't need to hear me going on about it all the time. Outside of that, I don't think there's anything that I've ever held back on saying, right? But this is why I think when they do something right, we've got to praise it. The praise should be as loud as the criticism. Because if they are starting to go down a road that we would like to see them continue going down, and if they're starting to tell some stories that we would like to see them continue to invest in or continue to kind of do something similar with, I think it's right that we go on social media and be like, I really enjoyed that. The Asuka Kyrie story, I think, is really good. Bailey's interesting. Kind of interested to see where that goes. The Roman J, Jimmy stuff, yes, loving that. Judgment Day, I wish they would just hurry up and pull the trigger on Dominic and Finn. Like, let's go. I really want Finn next year to be a bigger star. I mean, there was rumours that this year was going to be a big year for Finn, and that seemingly has just not shown itself. So, you know, Finn should absolutely be around that World Heavyweight Championship. 100%. Finn Balor, I mean, you could even bring the Demon back for a couple of appearances. He absolutely should be around that World Heavyweight Championship. Really compelling superstar. Very marketable. Don't get it. I don't understand. I don't understand why we have treated Finn the way we've... I mean, Finn Balor in NXT was like a multiple-time NXT champ, was like a major focus. On the main roster, he's just struggled and then been chucked in Judgment Day for the past 3-4 years. And that's, you know what I mean? I mean, I don't want to criticize Finn, but you know how we talk about how people can put the slippers on and get very comfortable, take the money and, you know, just get... I mean, that's Finn. Finn is someone that's comfortable. He's took the money. He's done what's been asked. You can't really criticize him because this is what they've wanted him to do. This is how they've wanted to use him. But I think Finn will definitely look back at his career and feel frustration because there's a lot of time that has just been wasted, that he's not really moved forward or achieved anything. Do you know what I mean? He's just been in Judgment Day, which has been a big focus and a big faction and has had a lot of TV time. But there is a parallel universe. There is another universe where he's been a multiple-time world heavyweight champion rather than just winning a universal championship for like 24 hours. There is another universe where that is, you know, very, very possible. And I don't know, mate. It's hard, isn't it? How much do you push back? What do? You could have a conversation with Finn and he could be like, what am I meant to do? I mean, I've gone and spoke to them a few times, told them I'm not happy, told them I want more. They keep telling me creative is on the way. What am I meant to do? And it's like, yeah, I don't know. I can't help you. I mean, if you are doing that, then, yeah. I mean, what do? Threaten to leave? Why would you want to do that? This is WWE. This is where wrestlers dream of being. I mean, unless you're really frustrated and you just cannot carry on like Santos, you know, then, I don't know, do you just take what you're given? Oh, God, it's so, do you know what I mean? It's hard, isn't it? It's hard. It's just so hard. I mean, creative are the grandmasters. They decide what everyone does. And there is a degree of just having to go with it, so... But I do think there's been improvement this year in the shows, like in recent times. I think it's right that we raise that up and we don't just continue to go on that downward spiral of just saying everything sucks when I don't think it does. I think the recent shows have been an improvement, and it's a case of going, right, where else do we need to see improvement? I think the matches yesterday were not strong enough. I think the match quality needed to be higher. I think that was definitely an area that could have been improved. Would have been nice to have had a better ending to Raw. Would have been nice to have had some sort of Elia return or call up or return from injury or swerve or something. I don't really feel like there was anything that was like an OMG moment. That was missing. So if the matches had been stronger, if we had had an OMG moment, like some sort of moment, and the ending had been stronger, you know, I don't know what the score would have been. It would have been well in the 8s. But, you know, where it was, I think for me, it settled on about a 7. We did the review video. People seemed to enjoy the show. They seemed to enjoy it. But it was, yeah, it was around that kind of 7 range by the end. And those for me would be the areas that just were a bit weak. So the goal is obviously, if Roman's not around, to keep delivering shows of that kind of quality. 7's not bad. I'm quite happy to watch Raws and SmackDowns around a 7. That says to me that it was a good show and that there was plenty in there for us to get our teeth into. So I'll take 7s all day, every day. So I think we're in a better place with or without Roman. I think we can have a bit of optimism as we move forward. Borne said, I don't get why they're not making a story of Finn potentially leaving Judgment Day. Like Rhea and Priest. We knew that he would leave eventually, but Balor just seems to stay there forever. Glockness said, oddly motivational. You think the itsy bitsy spider gave F about the rain? It climbed that MFer again. Don't give up, says Glockness. Hannah said, Daze, I agree. Main event scene is what drives engagement, but who would we say was the weakest title holder that drove viewership to be the lowest? Probably Diesel. I think Diesel in 95. If ever there's a conversation around worst year, for me it's 95. 95 had very little redeeming about it. I mean, you had Diesel as the top guy. It was just flat. It was dull. WWE was directionless. It just really didn't know what it was going to do. It didn't have a Hulk Hogan. It was a couple of years removed from having a Hogan. It had tried Brett. It had tried Shawn. Neither of those had really, grabbed people. It was just going through a cool period, and I mean, I think it's really difficult because society is always moving forward and tastes are always evolving. So, what is popular now may not be popular in a few years. I mean, I think we can all agree that society has drastically changed over the past 5 years. I mean, if you think about where we are now with cancel culture, and you think about where we are now with the rise of AI, and you think of where we are now with, kind of the different political situations that we find ourselves in. You compare that to where we were, before the pandemic, and, it feels like people are maybe a little more sensitive now, right? Feels like people get a bit more easily offended now than they did, say, 10 years ago. Could you run some of the stories from the Attitude Era now? Could you run some of that? No, you couldn't. You wouldn't get away with some of that stuff now. So, society changes, tastes change. As new generations come in, they have different things that kind of appeal to them, different interests, different things that engage them. WWE has got to find a way of kind of keeping up with the times. That is hard to do, really hard. I mean, Vince was called out of touch pretty much every year. And, what was working in the late 80s, might not have worked in 1995. I don't know if in 1995 you could have had those kind of colourful characters and it would have worked. Really, by 95, the world was a bit grittier, honestly. It was, at that point, it was a bit grittier. It was a case that I've spoke about it before, and it's really hard if you wasn't there. Some of it I do wonder if it was just because of the age I was at, but I really remember the late 90s just being this really weird time where it kind of felt like, when that week between December 25th and December 31st. That, well, I can't remember what the week's called, but it's like people are still off work, kids are still off school, Christmas has happened, you're waiting to really get to January. A lot of people are eating leftovers from Christmas, and people are still going out, catching up with family. That week is such a weird week that I love it. It's one of my favorite. It might be my favorite week of the year, that week. It sort of feels a little bit like there's no rules. It's kind of weird week because it's like, I don't know, if you have chocolate for dinner, who gives a flip? Do you know what I mean? Well, worry about it in January. Do you know what I mean? You got a bit of money from Christmas. You're seeing your family. You ain't got to worry about school. You ain't got to worry about college. Quite a few office jobs are broken up for Christmas at that point. Back in the day, you could go to the shopping mall to go to the sales. And everyone was there, and there was a buzz. There was an energy, right? It's a weird week, that. It's a weird week. And honestly, I remember the late 90s sort of feeling that way. Not every day, of course, but just it felt like people were putting off their worries until the year 2000. It sort of, to me, felt like the end of the 90s was like a bit of a party vibe. People were just in good spirits. And, you know, look, that's not going to be true of everyone. I'm giving you my account, right? But to me, that's how it felt. I mean, Britain was in a great place with Britpop in the 95, 96, 97 is when that starts to decline. But actually in the late 90s, we see a real rise in kind of like dance music, Euro dance music. And there's just like lots of, I don't know, good vibes around. Felt really good. I think, you know, that people wanted to have some fun at that time. I feel like the mindset was that people wanted to have fun. I don't feel like that's the mindset now. I feel like the mindset now is doom and gloom. Right now, people are more focused on what's wrong and are down and are like, this sucks and everything's rubbish. And I think that's the mentality now. People aren't looking for so much of a good time. People want a good time, but there doesn't feel to be the same good vibes. Everyone's just down. Everyone's depressed. Everyone's just like, well, late night is, man. Maybe it would have been different if there was social media. Perhaps social media drags us down. Perhaps social media is just a never-ending pool of just depression and negativity, and we just can't find a way out of it. I mean, maybe that plays the part. Obviously, politics are more divisive as well, and maybe that's driven by social media. I mean, back in the day, you might have not liked the person in charge, but at least, like, you know, you didn't see everyone's opinions on it. If you went online, there was no online. So, you know, you had your thoughts and you could chat to your mate down the pub or chat to your friends about it. But you didn't have everyone's opinion in the world being blasted in you and your face, right? So, you know, perhaps it couldn't affect you in the same way it affects you now. Now your access to information and your access to the opinions of leading influencers. I mean, this is just really reinforcing people's beliefs in, well, this person sucks or this person's great. You can now follow your favorite influencer that will reaffirm that opinion for you. And, you know, now we're living in, as a result, in a more polarized world. That's where we are now. This ain't like what it was in the late 90s. I think social media has changed a lot. The reason we're talking about this is because I think that it's really hard to kind of have something that was working a few years ago working a few years later, because things are constantly changing, moving forward. The landscape's constantly. We've had big conversations about AI. How's that going to impact things when that comes in? Technology constantly moving forward. The most viewed platform right now is YouTube. So, I mean, who would have said that 20 odd years ago, that the TV is no longer going to be the thing that everyone focuses on? The major platform people watch now is YouTube. It's watched more than Netflix or anything else. YouTube is the number one most viewed platform. So you look at all this stuff and you go, Jesus, how are you meant to kind of give people what they want when what people are looking for and interested in and whatever is constantly evolving and changing? It's hard. WWE had that problem even in the 90s. 95, I don't know that the Warrior and stuff like that is going to work as well then as it had in the 80s. I don't know that Hulkamania would have worked as well, right? I mean, they were trying it over on WCW, but I mean, look how much bigger it was when he turned heel. Look at how much bigger it was when he went and joined the NWO, formed the NWO. So, you know, they were trying everything they could with Hulkamania. Yeah, it was okay. It wasn't setting the world on fire, to be honest with you. It was okay. They weren't winning the ratings war when he was Hulkamania. They weren't winning that. So, but when they went over and did flipping the NWO, bang, whole new level, whole new ballpark. And WWE in 95 was just lost. It had lost what the fans were looking for. They were trying to have wrestlers doing jobs and, you know, all that kind of stuff. And It was just Diesel on top was just a flat champion. They'd tried a few things. It just hadn't worked. I don't even think they knew the way forward. I think at that point, they're just completely lost at sea in 95. They're just trying a few things and it's just not working. Nothing's working. It's a real low point because they are completely lost in 95. And then, 96, they start to, get a few green shoots. 96 is an interesting year. They start to get some green shoots. And obviously by the end of 97, we're welcome to the Attitude Era. 96, 97 is a years of growth, of finding a way forwards. But really, they wouldn't really get there until the Montreal Screwjob, end of 97. Montreal Screwjob, that is what gives them the attitudes. That's, that's the spark that really sets it all on fire for me. But you can go back to Austin 316, Austin, the rise of Austin. You can go back to the rise of The Rock. You can definitely point to things that happened before that. But really, by the end of 97, we're there. It's weird, isn't it? We go from rock bottom in 95 to the verge of the hottest period for the company at the end of 97. Triple H said that they used to look out of the curtain and they used to talk amongst themselves asking, do you think it'll ever be as hot as it was when Hogan was on top? Do you think it'll ever be that good again? And they were having those conversations as they were looking through the curtain when he was Hunter Hearst Helmsley. Do you think it'll ever be like it was again? They were worried that it would never get back to what it was, and it ended up getting bigger. For a brief period during the Attitude Era, it was bigger than it had ever been. So this is why when people are kind of down about wrestling, you can always go, it has been worse. And if people always say, like, it's done, it's over, you just sort of laugh it off if you know your wrestling history. Because we've been down this road so many times. There's so many occasions where the company has gone cold and people are like, is it done? Is it over? And then, something comes along and it's back. So, for me, like where we are right now is okay. It's obviously a concern on a few fronts in regards to the future with AI, the new ratings updates, what that's going to mean for renegotiating TV deals and everything. But I don't know. Some of that is quite far down the road. I think just right now, they just need to be putting on good shows, the best shows they can, and they just need to be building new stars. Chris GGTV said, warm greetings from Germany. So, Chris, shout out to you, my friends. Germany, shout out to you. I hope everything's good over there. So, Chris, thank you for joining us, my friends. And Adam, hello. Adam said, a tip for the tip jar. Adam, you don't have to keep doing that, my friend. I know that you are always very, very generous, but you don't have to do that, my friend. But I really appreciate the support. I really appreciate everyone joining us as we are just 40 minutes away from going over to the start of NXT Showdown, NXT against TNA. We've obviously got our poll. We'll have a look at that. So, Adam, thank you, my friend. I've left a like. I really appreciate the support. So, who wins the war? 49% of you think it's going to be NXT. 21% of you think it's going to be TNA. 30% of you think it's going to be a draw. Wrestle with Andy, who has got a great YouTube channel, as you know, certainly knows the ins and outs of WWE history, says, in the late 90s, was the Attitude Era not just in wrestling, but in everything. My favourite movie and music and TV shows were from that era too. 100%, yes. I think people were looking for just a good time. I think people were just looking, I think about TFI Friday, which was a show on Channel 4 that was this. It was so good. It was like this show that was hosted by a famous presenter. It was in a warehouse. They would have live bands on, and then they'd have like stars come and do an interview. They had silly little things that they would do. loads of people. They had a bar in the interview room, so people were standing there with beers, right? And they'd be like, yeah, it was like lad culture, cheering, like, yeah, you know, as the guests would come out, or, you know, they'd say something a bit raunchy or whatever. You had these people drinking at the bar, then they would throw over to the live band. You had people downstairs all dancing away, like, just had this real party vibe to it. Like, you know, it's Friday, we're drinking, sun's out, grab your mates, let's have a good time. That was TFI Friday. They used to show it at 6 o'clock, 6 till 7, and then they'd repeat it at like 11 at night. And it's just you know, if you'd been out drinking with your mates, you could come back and just watch it at 11 o'clock at night when the pub's closed. It's just you know, maybe you get back with a kebab and a beer, and you'd sit down and you'd watch that. And it was like, I remember that being a big part of my Friday. I'd either watch the first one or the second one, or if I weren't doing anything, I weren't going out, I'd watch both. I'd watch it at the replay later. I just loved that show. And then in the mornings, you had things like The Big Breakfast, which again was, you know, just fun, wacky, zany breakfast show on Channel 4. And it was just, you look at the music that was around. You know, you look at some of the, like, you know, Red Hot Chili Peppers releasing Californication. You look at flipping the Verve releasing Urban Hymns in 97. You know, you kind of look at, like, some of the Britney Spears coming along, Eminem coming along. You look at, like, some of the music that was around in that late 90s periods. And it's just, music is great. Movies were great. Flipping, you're right. TV shows were great. Friends was on TV. Friends was like one of the biggest shows going, so people used to love watching Friends. Frasier was around. It was just good. It was just good. And I think, like, WWE, because they were in that, like, one of the other things that came along was like reality shows and shock jocks and all that sort of stuff. So, you know, there was like Cops, and there was all that stuff that was around as well. Jerry Springer. I mean, Jerry Springer was great at that time. Huge at that time. And so you've got all that that's around as well, and the rise of reality TV, which started around that time. So you kind of look at all that, and you look at WWE that's managed to find a bit of attitude and is at war with WCW, and like WWE is just, you know, firing as well. And actually, we know that the writers of WWE were very inspired by, like, Howard Stern and Jerry Springer, and that fed into the creative. So, yeah, everything was really contributing to everything else. You know, there was things that were coming out like Trainspotting, the movie, which was, you know, really inspirational. And then, you know, as we said, Jerry Springer and all that was really inspirational, and that was inspiring other similar shows. But it was also inspiring people to know that they could go a bit further. So all of a sudden, like, you know, putting on shocking TV content was like allowed. All of a sudden, you could go further than maybe we'd been before. And so people were starting to push boundaries a bit. And for me, like, you know, video games were amazing at that time. Movies amazing. Music amazing. We didn't have social media. It felt like people were a bit more positive. We were getting closer to the year 2000s. Kind of felt like, I mean, for me, I can speak from experience. I wasn't really worried about anything to do with that, the 90s. For me, I was like, I'll worry about it as soon as we get to the new millennium. As soon as we get to the year 2000, 2001, 2000, I'll worry about it then. And you just wanted to go to the pub with your mates and have a good time. It was an amazing time. It's the best of times. There's nothing in the 2000s that has remotely come close to how great the late 90s were. But obviously everyone's got their own experiences, because people born in like 2005, 2010, whatever, you know, they'll probably go to bat for 2018 being the best year, or something like that, you know. But I can only explain like how great the late 90s were for me, and I'm sure for many of you that were there as well. And it felt really special, and I think that is reflected in WWE as well. But that's because we've got so much stuff that was inspiring and feeding into other other things that were happening. So everything was kind of feeding off each other. James said, I've just sent you some over. Carrion, let's have a look. I heard Carrion had an interview actually today, which I've not had a chance to watch. So what's this? Carrion said, I don't know what the door looks like. What's this? Or what's on the other side. I'm still perturbed by a conversation that we had. It was bizarre. It was strange. It was shocking. We'd rather make less money and feel like we're earning our money than just show up somewhere and collect a handout and have no room for growth. I'm not going to do that. That's just not how I'm wired. I need to have a look at this interview. This is Carrion that's sat down again with, is it Chris Van Vliet? Sat down with Chris Van Vliet. He spoke to Chris Van Vliet before, but he sat down again with him, and so I've not seen it. Honestly, I need to sit down and have a watch of it, so and see what is said. But it sounds like he's just talking about, obviously towards the end of his time with WWE, a conversation that he had that was bizarre and strange and shocking. I don't know if there's any details in regards to what was said there. We spoke about this yesterday, actually. I mean, my stance on it is, I mean, I don't know what's gone on. I don't know what's happened. But yes, bizarre, strange, shocking are very good words to use the whole Karrion Kross situation. So when it comes to Karrion, I just don't know. I just don't know. I just don't know how you would let someone like that go, how you would seemingly not even care. I mean, they didn't even give him a chance. I mean, he had like a token throwaway little feud with Sami Zayn, which very much feels like was, you know, done after. I don't think there was, if he was released, I don't think whatever happened in that feud was going to save him. I don't think that feud resulted in him getting released, you know? And seemingly they did even offer him a new contract, if that is all true, right? Seemingly they did offer him a new contract. But, I mean, late in the day, no communication, wanted to know why they got the number they got, no answers. I mean, this is either, like, one of the most inept companies. Like, communication is just at an all-time flipping low. Or, I don't know, something else has gone on. But, honestly, one of the weirdest situations I think I can ever remember. I just really don't get it. But anyway, I need to watch that interview. I'll see what he says. Right, Asib said, how do we think 2026 plays out? I don't know where Sammy fits in if Randy feuds with Cody and Punk feuds with Seth. When do we think Cody Punk will feud, and where does Roman fit in? I mean, all I will say is I don't think that Sammy would go for the WWE title. I think he would go after Seth. I don't know that we need Cody, Punk and Seth feuding for long. I mean, they might do a match. There might be something that they do next year. But, I mean, like, I can't be the only one that's like, let's not drag this out any longer. I mean, I am definitely ready for Punk to face other people. I mean, I feel like since Punk came back, he did a big feud with Drew. And he's kind of done a lot of stuff with Seth this year. And I sort of feel like, my God, there's all these other people for CM Punk to focus on. I mean, he could be, you know, I know he had a SummerSlam match with Gunther where he was trying to win the championship. That was good. I mean, it was a good match as well. I really enjoyed it. Definitely could have shaved some time out the middle, of course. But as I said, I think it's quite a good match in the sense of I think they went out there to show that you don't need to do flips and all these big spots to put on a really engaging wrestling match. And I think that Seth is someone that he's going to have a match with, but hopefully not a long feud. I feel like next year we've got to move on to something else. So I think there will be an opportunity for Seth to kind of get in. With Sammy, to get in and find a way getting in there. But what was the last bit? When do we think Cody Punk will feuds? Well, I mean, they're both baby faces, aren't they? So, I mean, a lot of it is going to depend on what happens with Cody at Mania. I don't think it'll be Sammy. So I don't know. Do you do face versus face? It's a difficult one to book, to be honest. I mean, you've got 2 world titles. You've got a lot of people sniffing around. Gunther's going to be around that WWE title. I wouldn't be shocked if we do Cody Gunther at some point. I'm sure we can do Cody Punk. But to be honest, I think I'd probably want to do that as like a crown jewel thing. I mean, I just worry for Cody because I think we're not giving Cody what he needs, and Cody does not need Punk. What Cody needs is big monster heels that people don't like, that can have really good feuds with. That's what he needs. But part of our problem is we don't have good big monster heels. We're struggling with them. For some reason with Drew, we're trying to make Drew very relatable as a heel. I do not understand that. I don't get that. I know there's people that praise that. I don't get it. I just don't think that helps anyone. It just makes Drew wishy-washy because some people like him and some people don't. So, do you know what I mean? It makes him very wishy-washy. And I think it also makes feuds quite wishy-washy because if you put him up against Cody, some people will be with Cody, but some people will be with Drew. So it makes it all like weird. Like, I'm just not a big fan of that. I'm old school, aren't I? Give me a baby face. Give me a heel. Give me a baby face that likes the fans and looks out for the fans. And tries to do things like the right way. And give me a heel that hates the fans, only cares about themselves. And, will quite happily cheat during matches and do whatever to try and get the win. And, for me, that's kind of what wrestling has always been. And I think where we do go in that grey area, I don't think there are many, I would say, success stories. I don't think that's an area that is an area that where you get a lot of success because it's too wishy-washy. I mean, that's the best way I can word it. It just, I don't know, with babyface, like, doing the right thing, being a good guy and, being there for the kids and posing for pictures and autographs and all that stuff, like, what you get him. And then if you're a heel, like, and you're going off on the fans, laying into the local sports teams, blah, 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 what you get in. But if you're this kind of wishy-washy sort of in the middle thing, it's hard to make that work. That's trickier. So, I don't know. For me, if you're going to do face versus face, you can absolutely do it, but that's not what Cody needs. Cody needs monster heels that, like Gunther, that are going to, imagine Gunther going in Cody's bus and smashing it up. Like wrecking it, taking a baseball bat and just wrecking it. Like, Cody's kid in tears, Brandy in tears, probably Cody in tears. And, Cody being all fired up, wanting to get revenge. And, like, to me, that's interesting. That's something we can get our teeth into. That's something we can have conversations about. Gunther, monster heel, making life hard for Cody, doing some interesting things. Cody having to go after Gunther, building up to a match. I mean, do you remember when Gunther messed up Jimmy? That was great, wasn't it? That was great when he messed up Jimmy. That was the best part of the whole feud of Jimmy and Jay and Gunther. That was the best bit. When he had him, and he was covered in Jimmy's blood. I mean, that was so good. I mean, that's what we need. We need more of those kinds of heels. And we need Cody going up against those people in really good stories. And then, if we could have like a few of those, I feel like, at least then Cody's title runs wouldn't feel creatively flat. And, you look at the fact that we had Cody against Cena at WrestleMania this year and more people were behind Cena. And of course they were. Of course they were. It was Cena's last WrestleMania, and he was trying to win a record-breaking number 17. Of course, people wanted to see that. So, you stacked the deck against Cody this year at WrestleMania. You screwed him over, and then you flipping had him go up against John at SummerSlam, and do you know what they did? Do you remember what they did? They turned John babyface the night before. They turned just as, like, I think people would have been with Cody because John had now finally achieved 17. Granted, it was still his last SummerSlam, so there would have been plenty of people still with Cena. But at least he'd achieved 17 by this point. Do you know what they did? You won't believe it. Even when I tell you, you won't believe it. You won't believe it. I feel like what I need is a blackboards, right? Where we can, like, talk about crazy booking decisions, right? But they turned John Cena babyface the day before we did SummerSlam. And I can only imagine they did that because A, the heel turn wasn't working, the heel run wasn't working, but also B, because I think they wanted to tell a story of Cody at his best versus John at his best, who would win. And let's not have the heel dynamic involved. Let's just do Cody against John, face versus face, who's the better person. But what do you think that did to the crowd reaction? Do you think that meant that everyone got behind Cody? No, they didn't. We have, honestly, lots of things need to be studied, but the mistreatment of Cody Rhodes, the way that creatively they have absolutely mismanaged him, that needs to be studied. And this is why when people are like, Cody's a rubbish champion and stuff like that, he's rubbish, like the business is dying, it was better when Roman's on top. I understand that, and I do hear that, and I do agree, actually, it was better when Roman was on top. Where I disagree is I don't blame Cody. And we've had this conversation many times. I blame creative. I blame the mistreatment of Cody. And the fact that they just constantly are putting him in situations where he cannot succeed. The crowd are against him because they've put him in a situation where the crowd's going to be against him. And I just feel really sorry for him, honestly. I find myself just having lots of sympathy for Cody Rhodes because, I mean, when are we actually going to book him correctly? I can only hope that 2026 is going to be that. 2026 will be when we do actually book him correctly. So, yeah, putting all those pieces together, obviously difficult. For me, I would be looking for monster heels that I could have Cody go up against. People like Gunther, where I would, and maybe Brock, now that he's back. I don't think Cody should have won that Brock feud, actually. Cody faced Brock and got the better of that feud, and I don't think he should have. I think it would have been more interesting if he'd have lost against Brock back in, 2023? If he'd have lost against Brock in that feud, now with Brock being back, that would make it more interesting because Brock murked him back in the day, and now Cody's got a big problem because now the Beast is coming for the title. And I think that would have been more interesting. WWE talk about being like long-termers, long gamers and whatever, but there's a lot of stuff they've done in the past that's stupid. You know, there's a lot of stuff in the past that I think comes back and you kind of look at it and go, you got that wrong. I really think they got that Brock feud wrong. Roman was a better part-time champ than Cody. Cody is boring. Stop blaming creative. Start blaming Cody. He's not an interesting character and not just finish the story. Well, I disagree. I've just given you examples as to why I disagree. You know, Cody goes into WrestleMania against an opponent that isn't a monster heel that they can have an interesting story with. He went into WrestleMania with a John Cena who only had limited appearances whilst they were doing a European tour, which meant they couldn't really do anything creative. And so, you know, as a result, we end up with, you know, the match we end up with, which is, you know, largely undercooked. It's largely John just going off on the fans, you know, doing promos where he'll come out and have a go at the fans. Cody will come out and go, don't do that. You know, I don't know what you've become, but I want to face the real John at WrestleMania. I mean, what did they do? What backstage interactions were there? What interesting swerves were there? What did they actually have them do in the builds? I mean, if I could sit here and point to really interesting creative, and Cody was fumbling it and was boring during it, then I would agree. But all I can see is creative that was very, very underwhelming. I mean, listen, if people out there are Cody haters and that's what they've decided to be, that's fine. If that's your identity, that's what you want to be. You want to be a Cody hater. That's absolutely fine. Like, I'm not going to judge anyone for hating on Cody. But all I would say is, tell me what he's botched. Tell me what he's botched. Tell me what he's done wrong. You can say he's boring, but my counter is going to be, what creative has he been boring him? What interesting story have they given him that he has been flat in? What interesting creative have they done that he has been boring during? I mean, all I look at is a really boring build to WrestleMania where they had him do nothing but come out and just cut a few promos on John Cena. But, you know, even John was boring at that time. I mean, John was coming out and just going off on the fans. John was boring. I mean, the heel run was boring. So, and we end up going to WrestleMania where the fans are with John because it's his last Mania and he's trying to win number 17. So, and look at the match that we end up with. That's a John Cena that's not even in, he's not got rid of ring rust. That's a John Cena that is not ready for a match of that scale. So Cody's in there it's just completely wrong. It's completely wrong. I mean, I don't even know what John had done in preparation to get ready for a singles match of that magnitude, because he'd been in an Elimination Chamber match and he'd been in a Royal Rumble match. I can't even remember what singles match he had had before WrestleMania. I don't feel like he'd had a series of singles matches to get ready. So ring rust was very evident in that match. So Cody was just, you tell me, what did he botch? What did he botch on the road to WrestleMania? What creative did they give him that he could have done anything better with? Because all I see is just an unprepared John Cena that was just doing a rubbish heel run. And then, you know, after Cody loses that title, what did they have for him after? What were we doing with him after that was so interesting that he'd botched? I mean, if you can tell me the interesting stories that Cody underwhelmed in, then I'm all ears. But all I see is just nothing but mid-creative. And again, look at SummerSlam, where he tries to get his belt back. They turn John Cena face like the day before. And then, of course, the crowd are all back on board with John. If anyone had kind of abandoned John, they were back on board with John again. And, you know, that just hurts Cody once again. Then Cody obviously goes away to do Street Fighter, so he can't build to the Drew McIntyre match that we just did. I don't know, man. I don't know where we pin the blame. I don't know where this great creative is that Cody Rhodes has botched. I kind of look at just rubbish. I mean, even when he won the title after finishing the story, he was just being put in matches like AJ would come out, and that's it. You're going to have a match with AJ now at Backlash. I mean, AJ came out and they just, you know, he didn't call him out. There was nothing interesting. He didn't get attacked. It was just, this is that match now. And then it would be Logan. And so, well, you're going to do that match now. That was it. I mean, honestly, we were just waiting for someone to really, you know, there was a tag match with Roman against like Solo. SummerSlam was against Solo. Solo was not ready to be on a stage of that size. You know, Cody against Solo. Solo wasn't ready. So, yeah, I don't know. For me, like, you can blame Cody all you want. That's fine if that's your prerogative. But I think where you're going to struggle is to give me examples of really good creative that Cody has fumbled. Because when Cody does have to get in a ring to have a match, he flipping delivers. Look how well received the match with John at SummerSlam is when John has got rid of his ring rust. Look at how received the match earlier this year with Kevin is when they damn near kill each other. And, you know, he's kind of driving him through ladders and all that stuff. I mean, that's still up there with match of the year contender. That match from Rumble, I believe, I mean, people might have forgotten, but you lot scored it an all-time. The community gave it an all-time rating. It's one of the matches of the year. And that's Cody earlier this year. So, you know, I can point to a couple of Cody matches this year that are going to be in contention for match of the year. I think promo-wise, always fine. Delivery is fine. I just don't know creatively what it really has had to get his teeth into. So we'll have to agree to disagree on that one. Aseeb said, do we think it'll be better if we put our stock in Jacob being a monster? Well, I think they need monster heels. I think they're desperate for them. I think they really need them because where are they? You know, I look at Drew and he's a bit wishy-washy. As we said, some people like get hit what he's saying and they believe in his point of view. Then I look at Gunther, who, you know, has had a bit of a mixed bag this year. What with losing a World Heavyweight Championship twice and, you know, losing it at SummerSlam and at WrestleMania. I mean, not only has he lost the belt twice, he's lost it on the two biggest stages. Tapping the first time to Jay, which I will never understand. Why they thought having Gunther tap so that the crowd can chant "you tapped out" at him is a great way of building up Gunther's aura. That doesn't build up aura. I mean, that just takes aura away. Why would you do that? Why have you done that? So I don't understand that. Him losing to Punk, I don't feel as bad about. If that had been the only match that he had lost, if the WrestleMania match hadn't happened and he had lost the title to Punk at SummerSlam, that would be okay. I think that would be a really honourable, credible way of losing the title in a real banging match against one of the very best in, you know, the past 20-odd years. In the main event of SummerSlam, I think that would be fine. I'd be okay with that. But, you know, I think the Jay loss was not a good look, honestly. So I don't know where we are with Gunther's aura. I think it needs a little bit of a build. But it's okay. He'll get back to where he was next year. Solo, I mean, it's not right, is it? Solo's aura has took a big knock. I think these recent vignettes aren't bad, but it's took a knock. I mean, Seth's meant to be a monster heel. Dude's having self-doubts like a 12-year-old girl. Do you know what I mean? I don't remember flipping Andre the Giant or King Kong Bundy going through this. But we've got Seth Rollins at the moment looking at a watch, worried about if he can beat Cody Rhodes. You know, this isn't someone that's going around just murking people. Where are those people? Where are you, Obafemi? Where are you? The main roster needs you now. Get on this main roster and just start murking people, would you please, Obafemi? Because that's what we need. We need a monster heel. I mean, honestly, the more I talk, the more I'm like, do you know what? I totally understand why they brought Brock Lesnar back. I totally get it. The more I'm talking, the more I'm like, yeah, get it. I understand. You know, Brock is the kind of thing they need. Obafemi is the kind of thing they need. They need people out there that are out there causing problems. And Jacob, as you said, was that guy. But I think Jacob just got so over with the fans, so popular. They were like, man, we could do the Solo Jacob feud. Jacob being the babyface, Solo being the heel. And, you know, it kind of felt like that was the direction we could go. And that's the direction we did go. James said, the only good thing about Cena's heel run literally had nothing to do with anything he did. It was the Dr. Thugonomics Punk. That was fun. I agree. That was fun. Glocknet said, Drew McIntyre has become the quintessential IWC mark. I mean, I don't want to paint the wrong picture. If you like Drew, that's fine. It's fine. I'm not judging anyone. That's fine. I mean, I'm not a Drew fan in the sense of, to me, as a heel, I don't root for him to win, right? I think that there's a few times where, you know, like recently he complained about the referee stopping him from kicking Cody's head through the table. He's saying there's a conspiracy and some people are believing him on that. To me, that referee is going to stop anyone from doing that. Technically not against the rules, but, you know, I mean, you're not going to get DQ'd for doing that. And he still tried to do it, but that delay meant Cody got out of the way. But, I think that referee has got a degree of duty of care, right? I mean, it's a wrestling match where we're meant to be wrestling to figure out who's going to win. Like, if you're going to punt, kick, drive someone's head through a commentary table, I can sort of understand the referee jumping out the ring going, come on, think about this. You've gone too far. Get in the ring. We can do the count out. I don't have an issue with that. And I think if the roles were reversed, the ref would have done the same with Cody. But, of course, Drew can then present that as referees being against him. Some people believe in that. So, when you're dealing with perspective, when you're dealing with right and wrong, and it's more a grey area, then, of course, you are going to have people that are going to buy into that. But, I mean, what do you end up with? I mean, you just end up with this wishy-washy kind of character, I think. I don't know if this really helps Drew. Because my feelings on Drew are he's a heel, but he's not a heel that I find myself really hating. Because, he comes out with points. He feels like he's a victim. He feels like there's conspiracies against him. A lot of what he says I don't really go with or buy into or believe. But I don't find myself like passionately hating Drew. I think it's really hard to get heat, isn't it, in this day and age? I genuinely think it's hard being a heel. Because, I mean, what can you do? I mean, like, if you say something, you run the risk of offending people. And we've seen that a few times. People have said stuff and people at home have got offended, I mean, look at Becky. When she was laying into Birmingham, said the best thing about Birmingham, passed away a month ago. And then, of course, she gets, like, all this online heat from people, and even Kelly Osbourne getting in touch. Can't believe you said that. And what did she say, really? I mean, what she said was the best thing about Birmingham was Ozzy, and he was gone now. That's all she said. But even that caused, like, big conversations and everything because, wow, everyone gets so offended these days. I didn't have a problem with that line. I did think it was a bit soon. I did think, I wouldn't have done that. It's a bit soon for that. But I wasn't like, oh my God, I'm going to write a letter about it. And my family are from Birmingham, right? And I agree. Ozzy probably was the best thing about Birmingham. Probably hurt so much because it was true. People probably got so offended because everyone's like, yeah, she's made a good point, actually. That does actually check out. There isn't really much else going on around here. So I think it's hard. It's hard being a heel and getting that kind of heat, getting that kind of, getting that kind of connection with the fans. Where are we? 6 minutes. Right, the stories are bad, said Billy. The match endings have been botched many times by talent and booked terribly. Ticket prices are high, and then you have to buy 5 apps just to watch the shows. This is all a recipe for disaster. I think you're right. I think you're right. I think you're right. I think that I am just going to give WWE a little bit back, though, in the sense of, now that we're seeing the ratings go down and now there is concern about the next TV deals, all of a sudden, some of these deals and ticket prices, you kind of think, were they right to try and make hay whilst the sun was shining? If we are now going to struggle with future TV deals, were they right to try and make as much money as they can? I mean, the thing I would say is I like to see WWE being successful because in my stupid head, in my foolish mind, right, I'm thinking that they are putting a bit of money aside so that when the rain comes, when the sun goes in, yeah, and we have to go through some hard times, we got a bit of money there that we're okay. It's going to be all right. That's that in my stupid brain. That's how I think. It's good, make money. Take the Saudi money, right? Take the Netflix money. Take all this money, right? So that when we hit the hard times, we got a bit of money, we're going to be okay. That ain't how it works. I mean, the money goes to shareholders and, dividends and, do you know what I mean? Like, that's not how the world works anymore. I mean, really, you can always be a few bad years away from that's it. No one keeps money one side for the rainy days anymore. It goes. The rich people line their pockets. The people at TKO get richer. If WWE does well, people get wealthy or wealthier. It's not that the money gets squirreled away for the rainy days like it should. So, if WWE is going to hit some hard times, I don't know what that means. I mean, what it should mean, and probably would have meant under Vince, was, well, at least we've made a bit of money now, But under TKO, that money has probably already been divvied up. It's probably, already been allocated to different people that have benefited from it. So, I don't know. I mean, I don't have much of a defense for it. It did make me think, though, about, well, was they right to just make hay whilst the sun was shining? We were always being very critical of them making so much money. Why do they have to charge people so much? But all of a sudden now it seems like if these ratings going to stay where they are, they might not make the same kind of money they were making. So, all of a sudden, were they right to just try and make it whilst they could? That's a whole separate conversation. And obviously, by and large, the answer to that would be, well, no, you shouldn't price real fans out of the product. And as you said, it's a recipe for disaster with, basically driving your fan base away. I mean, there are people that can't watch anymore because they can't afford it. They can't not even go in live. They can't even just watch on TV because they can't afford it. That can't be a positive. That can't be seen as something that's good or, well done. That's a success. So, I mean, look, they are going to have to weigh these things up. They're going to look at the ratings. They're going to have all this data coming in. It's obviously hard for us because we have to be very reactionary to the numbers that we see. They have a lot more data at their disposal than we do. They are the ones making the decision. They're the ones steering the ship. We're the ones that are just talking about the decisions that get made. But, I mean, yeah, I agree with you. I think that a lot of the decisions they've made have been potentially short-sighted. I think a lot of the decisions that they've made have kind of alienated part of the fan base, if not a good chunk of the fan base, and has upset part of the fan base. And you just kind of hope that there's not going to be any long-term effects of that. So we have got to the point where the business side of the company is as engaging, maybe even more engaging than the actual storylines, which is kind of crazy, but there has been so much that's happened since the pandemic. I mean, you think about Vince going, Triple H taking over, TKO coming in, Netflix deal, ESPN deal, the network going away, Peacock coming in. Like, the Saudi deal started before, but obviously now they're getting WrestleMania. What does that mean? I mean, there's so much that's gone down in just the past few years. It's honestly, it's been bonkers. And the rise of AEW since late 2019. I mean, that's been huge. Who is carrying Bound for Glory this weekend, said Sporny. I don't know where you find it. I think it's probably Triller or someone for me, isn't it? Okay, right, we got a minute to go. Vic said, I am ready for war. I hope everyone is well. Vic, shout out to you. Shouts out to you. Taker said, do we think we need Rusev needs Lana? I would not hesitate to bring Lana back. I think Lana joining up with Rusev would be good. I would be down for that. I don't know that he needs her, but I think he could definitely have her. Then, now, forever, together, forever, together. Together, forever. Here we go. Here we flippin' go. NXT. Look at that old TNA footage. This is a really good opening package, actually. Yeah, this is a great opening package. They're just showing, like, the current stars now after showing us, like, Kurt and everyone. This was the showdown. This is how last week's show ended. We had chaos, we had carnage. DarkState against the Hardys. Daze, who do we got winning tonight? NXT or TNA? I've got it as a draw. You lot have got 51% NXT, 21% TNA, 28% draw. You're saying NXT wins the night tonight. So, community are with NXT getting the dub. They're going to show out at Showdown. Show out at Showdown. There's Team NXT. Trick Williams just trying to get in front of Ricky there. There is Team TNA. That's our main event, is the men's Survivor Series. Right, we've got the women backstage. There is the TNA women. Well, say TNA women. There's Kelani. So we got the inspiration. Oh man, we're going to be seeing Billy Kay in action tonight. How can you hate? How can you hate on TNA? You can't. Okay, we're just seeing the crowd. They're all fired up. We got lots of signs in the crowds. Team Hardys forever. Are we going to start with the Hardys? Yeah, we are, you know. We're starting with the Hardys. Let's go, man. This is a great way to start the show, isn't it? What a great way to start the show. Starting with the Hardys. Okay, Hardy Boys against DarkState. Title for title. Okay. Hardys versus DarkState. Booker T was great as King Booker in TNA, said Stuart. William said, Daze, what song do we want Thea Hale to do? You two. I'm going with her climbing into my bunk with Inner Sandman. I don't think I'm looking for her to do me to any song, to be honest. I just hope she has a lovely day. She could come round and have a coffee. She likes that. She could do one of her coffee vlogs round here. What service is streaming Showdown? I've got it on NXT. For many of you in America, it is, I think for pretty much all of you in America, it's going to be CW. Suppose it depends if you're using a VPN or not, though. But Hardy Boys making their way down. We're going to be underway with our first match very, very soon. Who wins the opening match? Is it going to be Hardys? Is it going to be DarkState? Which way is it going to go? So the Hardys over with the fans as DarkState are making their entrance. Right, we're underway. They're all in the ring and they're brawling. Let's get rid of the poll. We'll ask the question, what do you lot think in regards to who wins? Yeah, I mean, it's the numbers, isn't it? The numbers are definitely here with DarkState. Hardy's in white. Hardy's look great in white, by the way. I didn't really mention that, but Hardy's all in white. So right now we got DarkState on the edge of the ring. We got the Hardys in the ring. Referee is telling the other members of DarkState to get out of there. I'm surprised, actually, that TNA didn't send another couple of people down to help the Hardys. That would have made a lot of sense because of the fact that this is kind of NXT against TNA, of course. So, right now we've got the Dudleys there at ringside. They're watching. Dudley's in the crowds. Good to see. Okay, this match has settled down. Obviously, we've got a big show tonight. I don't think we can spend ages on this match, but we can certainly give it a chunk of time. It can have a good 15 minutes. Those Survivor Series matches are going to need time, though. We're backstage. There is Jordynne Grace. She is having a word with Team NXT. Okay, right now we got Jeff charging over and colliding into Dion Lennox. Hardy's in control in the early stages. Bill said, what if Joe Hendry turns on TNA and got signed by NXT? Well, he absolutely could. I mean, that's been a bit of a frustration. The fact that we've had Jordynne Grace and Joe Hendry assigned as special guest referees. That has been a bit of a frustration because it does feel like they're probably going to get involved somehow. And that's just not really what everyone was or people were necessarily looking for. It is interesting, though, because the referee for this first match is a WWE referee. So, I mean, it does kind of beg the question, doesn't it? Like, will this ref call it down the middle? It probably would be fair if it was a WWE ref for this one and maybe for Ethan against Mustafa Ali if that was a TNA ref. Tag being made. In comes Matt Hardy, is in there with Osiris. It's Osiris and Dion Lennox that are the people competing in this for NXT. Kick coming in there by Matt Hardy. Hardy up top. Going over, crossbody getting caught there by Osiris. Osiris with Matt Hardy. He's got him up on his shoulder. Matt Hardy back down. Osiris, kick coming into the midsection. Dion coming in, clothesline. Matt Hardy goes down. So Hardy down, Osiris. Dion looking over at Jeff Hardy. I think we might be going over to commercial break. I don't know where the Dudley boys have gone. We've got that, the guy in charge of TNA. He's in the crowds. So, commercial break. I'm surprised they haven't gone, like, commercial free, actually. You know, to try. Sometimes they do that when they're going head-to-heads. Like, first hour commercial free type situation. Daze, Kevin Nash's last WWE royalty check was rotten due to some TKO weirdness, said Taker 1990. Brony said Dudley Hardy's is going to be a cluster fudge. He missed that leg drop, said Harith. There was a missed leg drop. Kick coming in there by Osiris. They should have added a TNA announcer. Oh, that's a good shout, actually. That's a good shout. Shot coming in there by Osiris. I think tonight's show is going to be really good, said Dean. Suzanne loves Halloween. We got back elbows coming in by Jeff. Clubbing blow coming in there by Jeff. Nice. Chin breaker. Inverted atomic drop. Jeff in control. Is in there with Dion right now. Looking for an elbow drop. 1, 2, kick out. He's got him over against the ropes. Tag being made. Shot coming in there by Jeff. Clothesline. Oh, that was quite good, actually. Took the legs away. Clothesline up top. Took the legs away underneath as well. It's been some sloppy moments in the match, but that was a nice little spot, which, of course, took place during commercial break. Okay, Jeff down on the outsides. Osiris grabbing Jeff, throwing him in the ring. Stomp coming in there by Osiris, going for the cover, hooking the leg, referee counting, kick out there by Jeff. 20-odd seconds left to go. Shot coming in there by Osiris. Dion Lennox colliding into the corner. Big boot. Jeff Hardy goes down. 1, 2, kick out there by Jeff. Jeff trying to reach over to Matt. Matt on the outside, trying to get the crowd fired up as we come back from commercial break. Winner take all. That's true, actually. You can forget about that. Winner take all. Hello, Keegan. Hope you're doing well. James said, technically they do. Booker is a former TNA. Scottish Nightmare said, are you going to cover the TNA pay-per-view on Sunday? Yes, I think we're going to do that, but... Suzanne said, I was in the middle of watching something. Wicked This Way comes on Disney+. Is that a new Wicked show? Jeff, over in the corner. If you have draw, who do we think wins what match? I think Hardys get this. I think Ethan gets his match. And then I'm probably leaning the NXT women because WWE are very proud of their women's division. They always talk about having the best women's division. So I could see them wanting to give that women's division, you know, something to gloat about. And I think, like, you look at Trick and how he probably is not going to work very well with, you know, the rest of the team. I could see Trick, like, walking away. So I think that means that the men could be outnumbered. And so, yeah, I could see it being a draw that way. I mean, it doesn't mean it's going to go that way. I can just see it going that way. I had to rewind 30 seconds to be in sync, said Wrestling Voids. Yeah, there is a... Well, I mean, first of all, there's a delay because I'm watching it through Netflix, through the internet. When it used to be on satellite TV, it was, you know, it was a bit more in line. But not only that, I think YouTube put a little delay on it as well. So, yeah, I think you're always going to have a little delay. I'm always confused when people say I'm ahead. I really never understand how I can be ahead when you think about the delay YouTube put on the stream and the fact that I'm watching the show via the internet, which is always a little bit slower than satellite. Right now we got DarkState back in control. Back elbow there by Jeff. Crowd making some noise. Here we go. Yes, off the top. Bang. Jeff Hardy, young man. I think you can call Jeff Hardy lots of things. I'm not sure young man is one of them. Winner take all. Bang! He raced over to make that tag. Forearm shots coming in there by Matt. Side slam. Nice work there by Matt. Matt coming in, looking for Twist of Fate. No, turns it into a DDT. Nice sell, actually. Osiris with a good sell. I like that sell by Matt. Face first in the corner. Into the middle turnbuckle. Bottom turnbuckle. Kick coming in there by Jeff. Oh, lovely. Oh, mate, the teamwork between the Hardys. As great as ever. Oh, Cyrus only just making that save. Only just making that save. 16 minutes in. It's not all been perfect. But we've getting a few of the greatest hits. We've had a whisper in the wind. Right now, we got DarkState, though, back in control. Yep, save. Oof. I thought that Matt was going to miss a kick out there, but it was Jeff that raced over to make the save. Gets chucked into the crowds. DarkState looking to put the Hardys away. Matt on the shoulders of Osiris right now. Oh, they're wobbling all over the place. I don't know what happened to Osiris there. He just kind of wobbled and fell down. Matt was going everywhere. Dion up top. Oh, Matt moves out the way. Dion, boot to the midsection, looking for a DDT. There's the bang. Twist of Fate connects. Tag made. Here comes Jeff. Do you know what? The crowd are flipping. This is an NXT crowd, but they are so behind the Hardys. Jeff Hardy turning back the clock. Swanton bomb! 1, 2, 3. The Hardys win. Mate, history has been made. It was winner take all. The Hardys are the new NXT champs. The Hardys have just won WWE Gold once again. Look at that. I'm not down on that. For the first time, TNA wrestlers have got WWE Gold. And it's the Hardys that have done it. What a way to open the show. History being made. Yes. I'm so down with that. That's absolutely fine. That is absolutely fine. Not the greatest of matches, but a moment that was definitely worth watching. History being made. Well, there we go. Let's get let's end the poll. There you can see the Dudleys applauding away. Dun dun dun. What a way to kick off the night. Up next, it's going to be the Women's Survivor Series. Okay. Man, what a great moment for real, said Dr. Luchalala. Yeah, it's a good way to open the show. Santino calls them the Hard Boys. Eva Marie up next, said Jamie. Well, that's the dream, isn't it? Imagine if that's the surprise we've got tonight. An Eva Marie return. Lita is in Edinburgh this weekend at a Scotland Comic Con, said Scottish Nightmare. Taker said Cross and Scarlett explain why they're signing with AEW right now wouldn't be fair to Tony months after their departure. The couple are still focused on WWE to give another company their full attention. Sounds a bit sus, doesn't it? I don't know. To me, like I'm waiting for them to go to AEW for that to be like definite confirmation they're out of WWE. I mean, the signs obviously look like they are. I'm not an idiot. I can see, like, you know, they've been out of the company for a while now. But yeah, I don't know. Every time we talk about this, it's just so strange. I do need to watch that interview, though. That's a good start. Fun start. And we even got a few fun botches in there as well. Keegan said, I have my baseball game on Thursday. It's a Miracle League. I'm going to dress up as a mix of the Chiefs football player and my version of Roman. Sounds like quite the cocktail. Kieran said, I think Paige could return at Halloween Havoc. BC Sports said, can anyone help me figure out how I watch this? Well, it depends where you are. Depends what country you're in. But if you're in the UK or international, you can just go on to Netflix. If you're in America, then it's CW Network. Paige Van Zandt is at Bare Knuckle. She can't join WWE, said Jamie. Was anyone looking for her to join WWE? Maybe I don't said hi, Daze. That was an okay match. It kept me engaged. It wasn't nothing. Oh, boring. Duran said, little people believe Cross is AEW bound because he did a match with Darby Allin and Sting's son. Jordan said, I was watching WCW Halloween Havoc, Eddie and Ray. That's still the greatest match ever, said Jordan. I think Crazy, Punk and Jeff are level champs, says Billy. Corey said, open your eyes and look towards the TV. Yep, that is how you watch it. I knew the Hardys would win, says Harry. While the actual match in ring itself was middling at best, said Sean, the moment for NXT and the Hardys made me grade it great. Brony said Cross would be a perfect fit for AEW. I'm sure the AEW fans would love him considering how good Cross is in the ring. David said he needs some Saraya. William said the surprise tonight is Nita Nitro has shown up and confessed her love for William Hensey. It's heartfelt, and my response is cruel. I've turned heel. Wow. Sounds like we got a bit of drama kicking off. I did see that Nita Nitro had sent me a picture. Yes, Nita Nitro, that's great. I can use that for the video. I don't know if Nita's around, but I don't know if you've sent a video that you want me to play. I can do that on Friday. Or if you've got a little acceptance speech you want me to read, I can read it. Whatever. We can make anything work. Here we go anyway. Women. It's time for women. There's Jordan Grace. Jordan said she is the law. Oh, we got Mackenzie Mitchell. Mackenzie Mitchell. Yes. Yes. Welcome home. Peyton Royce, Billy Kay, although I don't think they go by those names now. Okay, yeah. Mara Sade. It's a good name. Vic Joseph is like, I'm wondering what metaphors you might have for this lady. He's like, I can give you one right now. Shucky ducky quack quack. Traitor, 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 traitor. Boo! Boo! I hope she gets pinned first. Goddamn traitor. Boo! You suck! You suck! You suck! You suck! Do you know what? It's all fun and games, this war, but there are elements of it that I just can't put to one side. Kelani turning her back on NXT. That will never be forgiven. Boo! You suck, you suck, you suck. I would rather she just said, look, because I'm the champ, I just don't feel comfortable picking sides. I could have respect for that. But actually standing with the enemy. Mess her up, girls. Even if you take the loss in this match, as long as you eliminate Kelani. Take her out. Break her legs. Break her legs. Break her legs. Break her legs. I'm joking, by the way. Whoa! I like that from Jaida. Like that in the camera. Like, she just backhanded us. And I loved it. Here's Soul, 2 belts, Ruca. Dun, 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 dun. Okay, here's Fatal Influence, or Jacy. Jacy making her way down. It's a good team, innit? Lola, Soul, Jacy, Jaida. Yeah, it's a good team. Right, let's end this poll. And let's get a read as to... Okay, you lot gave that a great 59%. So now it's women's Survivor Series match. This is a history-making night, says Booker. Right now, we've got Jacy in there with the traitor. Okay, bell has sounded. We are underway with match number 2. Jacy locking up with Kelani. Kelani going over against the ropes. Guys, it's 1-0 TNA right now. NXT is down. Flip over there by Kelani. Crossbody. Reversed. Shoulder up there by Kelani. Jacy coming in. Kelani takes the legs away from Jacy. Jacy kicks out. No joy. Get out of my face, says Jacy. Kelani going through the ropes. Duck underneath. Over the other sides. Taking Kelani over. Shoulder barge. Kelani goes down. Lola has got in the ring. Lola going over against the ropes. She's in with Kelani. Kelani leapfrogging over. Kick coming in there by Lola. Kelani working on the arm. Okay, we're actually getting some TNA talent in the ring now, which is good to see. Right now we got both of the Inspiration in there. So they do the... it doesn't work as well when they say Inspiration. It was better when it was Iconics. Right, we're backstage. We've got Santino and the TNA president. They are nervously watching this unfold. They're 1-0 up, though. It shouldn't be them that's nervous. Right now we got... Sane, or whatever her name is, Jakara. She's in there with Lola. Lola driving her back into the corner. Tag being made. In comes Jaida. Weird, isn't it? These girls are going to know each other all so well. I mean, Chikara hasn't been gone that long. Like Spike, hit the button. Help Daze. Sean, appreciate it, my friends. Made by Dawn said, so I passed 5k views in 28 days on my YouTube. My sub count is 832. I'm so happy. Thank you for all the help you gave me, said Made by Dawn. Made by Dawn, congrats. Getting started is the hardest part. I think it took me 6 months to get to 1,000 subscribers. So it's hard. That was me uploading every day. Took me 6 months to get to 1,000. So yeah, it's really, really difficult. But then the next 6 months I got to 12,000. So like once you're up and running, once you've actually got some momentum, that's what you need really. Just need some videos to kind of catch fire, get a bit of momentum. Once you find something that works, you can kind of keep doing that for a bit. And, then you can kind of ride that momentum. So, yeah, I wish you all the best. If you've not subscribed to Made by Dawn, check out her channel. She's on 832. Be good to, see that get a little tickle. Get it up to 1,000. Right now, we got Marne Sane going through the ropes. Suicide dive. Down goes Jacy. Here's the traitor up top. Air traitor. Air traitor takes down the NXT team. Well, everyone except one. Here's Ruca. Down they go like pins. Like pins. Yeah, you show us a Kelani. We'll show you a Ruca. NXT. Let's go. Let's flip in. Go. I'll tell you where we're going. We're going to commercial break. That's where we're going. Yeah! NXT. Commercial. No eliminations yet. We're half an hour into the show. History has been made. But no eliminations yet. Shot coming in there by Marne. Into the corner. NXT. Soul is the future, said Eric, son of Paul. Upler said, I've added 2 new destinations to my tour of Thailand. I did have 6, but now I'm at 8 with 2 places that I've never heard of, to be honest. Well, enjoy them. Have fun. Oh, 2 count. Kick coming in there by Jaida. We've just had some cards. Does she think she's a football ref? Yeah, I don't really get the cards thing. And what's weird is we just had Booker going, that shows you she's really serious about this. Oh, yeah, really serious. She's so serious, she's introducing things we've never seen. Red and yellow cards. Right now we've got Ruca with a suplex. Nice. Soul. Did Marne just get her feet up then? How did Soul manage to get the legs? Over in the corner. Back elbow there by Soul. Jaida Parker charges in, collides into the corner. Still no eliminations so far. We're on the outsides. Lola, Team NXT, very happy with how things are going at the moment. Ruca is in there looking for a suplex. Marne round the back, jumping on the back there of Soul, getting driven back to the corner. Daze, I've got a high degree of difficulty wanting this match without impure thoughts. Well, I think you struggle with that with every match, don't you, William? I don't think it's just this match. I think you'll struggle with that when we get to the men's match later. I think this is just a struggle you're always going to have, and I think you just need to accept that. So, right now we've got... yeah, they were just talking about the yellow and the red. That was dumb. Right, the match has settled down. It feels weird seeing NXT Women's Champ laughing and smiling in a match where she would normally be such a heel, said Red Razor. The ending will maybe in sense like other NXT eps, said Angela. Stuart, shout out to you, said, do we think Sol Ruca is the future of WWE? She's great. Well, I don't know what you mean by the future of WWE. I mean, I think she goes to the main roster, and I think she does very well. How far she's going to go is going to depend on if the crowd kind of really connect with her character. I mean, obviously, she can do some really impressive moves, but so could Ricochet. You know, I mean, Ricochet was amazing, but Ricochet was also a little bit dull. I think Sol Ruca is going to do really, really well on the main roster. Really, really well. I think, you know, I don't think it's unfair to say that she'll probably get a Women's World Championship from the main roster, but I don't know, is she going to be like a WrestleMania main eventer and all stuff like that? I think it's really hard to say. It depends how the fans take to her, what the creative is like. But yeah, I mean, she's got some fantastic skills. Tag being mates. So, Stuart, shout out to you. Okay, right now we got the Inspiration looking for a suplex. Sol, though, lands on her feet. Reverses into a double DDT. Double DDT at the moment. Still no elimination. This match is going to eat up quite a bit of time, isn't it? Unless we're just going to go bang, 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 bang with the eliminations. I mean, we still haven't had one. Da, 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 da. There is a Mexican wave that's broken out in the crowds. Here comes the president. Here comes Jacy. Jacy with a kick coming in. Going over into the corner. Another kick coming in. Right now we got Kelani seated in the corner. Jacy collides into Kelani. Get rid of her. Eliminate her. Put her away. Yes! Put her away, Jacy! Too! Oh, my God. Oh, my God. I thought that was going to do it. Roll up by Kelani. One. Jordan slightly hesitated. Right now we got Mane coming in. Shot there by Jaida. And he's coming into the midsection. Going back against the ropes. Lovely. Blockbuster. Blockbuster. Miss Parker driving her shoulder into the midsection. Chop coming in. Okay, right now we got the Inspiration both being put in the corner. Jaida collides into both of the Inspiration. Doing the high step. She went over to Mane. Oh. Dropping Parker down. Trying to like drag her out into the center. Sade going up. She's going up top looking for a moonsault. Oh my God. Jesus. Oh, Jesus Christ. Completely overshot it. Completely overshot it. I mean, look, it's one of those things that can happen, but high risk, high reward, but So with a miss, drop kick off the springboard. Someone please get eliminated. Jesus Christ. Lola in there. Kick coming in. Casey with a big knee. Double knees there. Jaida Parker with a hip attack. Now we got people going to the outsides. Sade rolling up. 1, 2. Jaida eliminated. Yeah, we needed a flipping elimination. This thing was just going and going and going. Okay, so with Sade 1, 2, NXT immediately fires back. Immediately fires back. So Sade is gone. Soul Snatcher does it. Commercial break. Love that spot by Soul Ruca, says William. Sade gone. Yeah, I mean, one of her final contributions was a completely missed moonsault, which happens, but it's just not ideal, is it? So, Soul Snatcher, I do love the fact she can do it off the ropes. Jacy going for the pin there on Kelani. So both teams down to 3 each. I can understand missing by a bit, but how do you miss by that much? I know. It was such a miss that it looked like something from a video game. It was such a miss that like it looked like a glitch. Sade managed to eliminate Jaida, but then was eliminated by Soul Ruca. So 2 very quick eliminations. Okay, right now we got Jacy, Cassie, Jessi coming in. So it's Soul Ruca, Lola, and Jacy against the Inspiration and Kelani. Kelani, the traitor, is still there. So far, Jordan has called it down the middle. Kick coming into the midsection there by Kelani. Face first, Jacy going into the corner. Over into the corner again as Jacy goes down. Kelani in there with Jacy at the moment. The 2 champs. The NXT Women's Champ against the Knockouts Champ. Tag mates. Jessi coming in. Robbie said it's not entirely Sade's fault. I don't think Jaida was in the right spot. I think you got to adjust though, haven't you? I mean, if she is a little closer than you would want, then you've got to kind of work with that. Shoulder up. It is understandable that Miss Jackson missed the move, says Made by Dawn. Jessi and Casey double teaming Jacy, said Harith. Sean said Jordan Grace approved chaos, and with all the ladies brawling, I think Jordan will be a deciding factor in what team wins, possibly setting up their next feuds against Soul. Maybe a heel turn, said Sean. Right now we got Kelani in control. Okay, are we at commercial break? The pace of it has kind of slowed a little bit. Still, we've only had 2 eliminations. We've still got 6 women in the match. Right now we've got a back elbow there by Jacy. Going for a cover there on Kelani. Kelani kicks out. Kick coming into the midsection. Kelani with Jacy. I sort of feel like we need to get rid of Kelani quite quickly because she's technically an NXT star. Over in the corner. Knee shot coming in there. Inspiration working well together. Double knees there by Jessi. We're coming back from commercial break now. I'm honest, I can't remember if one of the Inspiration is married to Sean Spears. Yes, she is. Casey. I think Jessi is married as well, but I don't think it's been revealed who to. I don't think it's a wrestler. Shot coming in there to Jessi. Jessi to the outsides. Kelani might last till the end, said Robbie. Keegan, shout out to you. Kick coming out there. Right, now we've got kick coming into the midsection there by Lola. Lola with those kicks. Bang. She's so good, isn't she, with those kicks? Bang. Pop, 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 pop. Yeah! Take it to the traitor! Pop, 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 pop. It is like a flipping video game when she's firing in those kicks. Go over the other side. Yeah! Over again. Bang! Lovely hip attacks. Pick her up. Suplex. Lovely work. Charging over round. Oh, net breaker. Yeah, nicely avoided. Bang! Go back to the kicks. Go back to the kicks. Spin it back fast. Finish her. 1, 2, 3. Yeah! Mate, I did that. Flipping now. Spinning back fist by Lola 1. Dodge the 1 count. It's advantage to Team NXT at the moment. I don't even know what happened there. There was a tap. Plumbing now. There was something happened in there. I didn't even know what was going on. Okay, so is it 3-on-1? 3-on-1. Kelani at the traitors on her own. She better not win this on her own, that traitor. This traitor had better not win this on her own. I'll be flipping livids. Kelani, kick coming in there. Jacy goes down. So NXT versus TNA right now is just nothing but NXT. Moonsault, but right now Jordan is distracted. Jordan, 1, 2, 3. No. She's having a go at Jordan now. The NXT talent is upset with the NXT referee as an NXT star rolls her up. As we've got TNA versus NXT. What's AEW? I might turn it over. Right, we've got Jordan. Kelani Jordan to the outsides. Boom, mate, that was a hell of a sound. Hell of a sound. Right now, Kelani getting in the ring. The crowd are chanting traitor. Okay, right now. Oh, lovely. That is great by the traitor. The traitor, that was really nice. Ah, that was a 3. What? Here are your winners. What are we doing, mate? We've got the flipping announcers announcing a team has won. Oh my God. Jesus Christ. Jesus Christ. It's NXT versus NXT, and we've just announced, I think we announced Team TNA won, but no one's won. Oh my God. I don't even know who's left. What a flipping mess. This is so much hard work for such a mess. Are we just down to Sol against Kelani Jordan? Kelani planting Sol. 1, 2, 2 count. Oh. Kelani is going up top. I mean, I don't know. Has that just spoiled the who's going to win? They were literally about to announce TNA as the winners. Shot coming in. They're really putting over how chaotic it is. Spanish fly. Spanish fly. Kelani is trying to put away Sol. Ruca. She goes up again. She just... Oh, Jesus Christ. Okay, Jacy's back. So Jacy's in. Please end. 1, 2. Jesus Christ. What a mess. Mate, Botchamania is... Yeah, you're right. They're just going to... They might as well just show the match. NXT gets the win. Well, I am an NXT fan, and it has been a really good year this year. That is not a match that I will hold up as a great example of the brand that we love. Why is Kelani getting a hug from Sol? So, yeah, there was a distraction. One, two, three. Well, there's Sol and Jacy. They're the lone survivors. Okay, Kelani is arguing with Jordan. Okay, there's Mustafa Ali. I mean, we can look forward to this next match now. I mean, look, there was some good moments in that match. I don't want to completely bury it because I don't think that would be totally fair, but there's too many big botches in that match for it to be... well, I don't know. You just vote what you want to vote for. You vote for whatever you want to vote for in that flipping poll. Finally, we're going to get a banger, said Dr. Lucha Lala. Well, that match happened, said Glockness. Ali's looking good. He is looking good, actually. Ali is looking good. Right. I want Ego to win this match, said Harry. Mr. Matthews said, I'm just curious what we're going to be doing for the 25th because there has been events announced. It's NXT, Halloween Havoc, and UFC 321, but I'm confused what's going to happen, said Matthew. Don't know. Worry about that down the road. Made by Dawn said, is Austin Theory released or something? No, not that I'm aware of. I haven't heard of there being any Austin Theory releases. That'd be big news if he was. Crazy, botchy, but fun, said Jadam. Probably still better than whatever AEW has got on, said Scottish Nightmare. Probably almost certainly true. Yes, I mean, well, we like talking points. That definitely provided talking points. So, it's just, I mean, the thing is, it's all right to have botches, but the botches were just so big and obvious. It weren't like little things that were just, it was like completely missed moonsaults or announcing that a team has won when the match is still happening. You know, It's moments like that that are in there. What was the yellow red card thing about? What the hell was that about? Why the hell did they feel the need to put that in there? I don't know. It took ages to get an elimination. You know, it weren't like the crowd were chanting "This is awesome" at any point. I don't think the match quite grabbed the fans. Yeah, it was, I mean, I think messy is fair, but there are some moments in the match as well. I mean, there are some nice spots, nice moves. I mean, there's a lot of work that's been put into it as well. A lot of work's been put into it. So, hey, look, sometimes these things, they don't click. But, there we go. We end up with what we end up with. I was just looking to see if there's a clip of when they announced that, because that is wild. Actually making that announcement. Daze, you're the best. I don't just say that. Sports Illustrated say it. Vigilante Burner, thank you, my friends. Okay. Yellow, red, that's Hogan colours, said V85. Well, that's what we've got. Our next match going to be Mustafa coming up next. Looking forward to that. Mustafa against Ethan. We're going into the start of the next hour. So hopefully this is going to be good. Match was doomed from the start with Jordan being with TNA, said no money. Blake said, I don't hate it. I won't hold it against them. The miss was stupid. Could have been avoided, says William. Let's see what they've got for the upcoming matches. Yes. Let's see what is next. Okay, here's Matt Cardona backstage with Ava. I'm sorry for getting involved last week. You're the king of self-promotion. You're not sorry at all. Okay, here's Briggs. Matt's hiding from Briggs. Okay, so it is Briggs, Matt Cardona next week. Okay, there we go. Okay, Mustafa Ali making his way out right now. Right, so I wouldn't be surprised if Matt travels with action figures. Okay, here's Mustafa Ali. Yeah, I like what he's wearing. He looks pretty good. I don't really get, though, because in Ali we trust. He's kind of got like a bit of a politician type gimmick. He seems to have like, you know, wear suits and be quite political. I don't really get what he's wearing right now, how that kind of fits. Sean really likes Ali. Really big fan. Ali's been talking about how Sean didn't want him to go and, you know, was really trying to fight for him to stay. And Ali is in the ring then, so we're about to get up to match number 3. Get your final thoughts in for that last match. I feel like we really wanted to get a good read of the Maxine against Becky match yesterday. That was kind of a big talking point. And so now we really want to get a good read as to what you thought about that last match. Get your thoughts in. We'll be underway with this one soon. We'll get the scores for this as well. Okay, Ethan, get into the ring. And we'll be underway with this match very, very soon. This should be really good. I'm really looking forward to this. Mustafa Ali is such a great in-ring competitor. And we know how good Ethan is. 1-1 at the moment. This is kind of a big match as well because obviously whoever wins this is going to ensure their team can't lose. So if Ethan wins this, it'll be 2-1 NXT with one more match to go. NXT can't lose. If Mustafa Ali wins this, it'll be 2-1 TNA. TNA won't be able to lose. So the winner of this match is going to guarantee their side can only draw at worst. Right. A lot of botches in the production, in-ring and on commentary and ring announcing. Botchamania is going to have a field day. First 2 matches leaves room to go up. Yes, there has been quite a few botches. But I've got confidence in this one. I mean, both of these are great competitors. So I'm confident that this should raise our score. I suppose it depends how much you want to penalise. You know, how much did the score, how much did the botches kind of affect your enjoyment of the show and enjoyment of the matches? Okay, here we go then. These two lock up. Let's end that poll. I think I gave people enough time to vote. The scores are in. It's going to have got a great score, but it's got great... No, it's got a good score, sorry. Good 87%. Good 87% is what it ended up getting. That's quite low, to be honest, for a match. That is definitely below. That is definitely below standard. Definitely below average. 13% of you voting that it was a bad match. 31% voted great, though. So 31%, 1 in 3 people thought it was a great match. I suppose it comes back to what I just said about how much did the botches affect your enjoyment of it, you know? Backslide there by Mustafa Ali. Ethan up on his feet, kick to the midsection. Kendall, hello, said the kids are finally in bed. Can I get a quick catch-up? Quite a botchy, sloppy first hour. 2 matches. Hardys win the NXT tag titles. And then we get the NXT women winning their Survivor Series match. That makes it 1-1 as we go into the second hour. 2 more matches to go. This one, then we got the men's Survivor Series match. So 1-1 at the moment. But I think the botches have been a big talking point. Mustafa Ali gets thrown to the outside. This is Mustafa Ali getting his title opportunity that he was promised. This is Mustafa Ali getting a shot at that championship that he was promised like 2 years ago. Right now we got Ethan on the outsides. Chop coming in there by Ali. Paige on the outsides. He's trying to get away from Ali. Right now, Mustafa Ali going through the ropes. Standing in front of Ethan. Ethan looking for a clothesline. Ali is into a wonderful DDT on the outsides. Okay, Ali is getting thrown back into the ring. So, I've just got a little questionnaire thing as well. We did put this up yesterday. It's just for a little quiz thing we're doing tomorrow. If you get time to answer it. We've got 86 responses. So, we're trying to get to 100, so we need another 14. So, if you want to answer a few of those questions, you can. As Ali goes down. Okay, considering they only did this because it was up against AEW, it feels a bit rushed. And honestly, who cares about AEW? They can't pass NXT in the ratings on their own night. So what makes us think different, said Mosey. Well, I mean, I can understand them not wanting to run the risk because you know that AEW moving to a Tuesday means they have got to put on a big show. So I think NXT just wanted to make sure that it was not going to lose ground, was not going to just hand a dub over to AEW. So, yeah, this is definitely rushed as a result of AEW, but I can understand it. I can understand the fact that they didn't want to just hand victory over to AEW. They are, going to make them work. Elbow drop. If they're going to beat them in the ratings, they're going to have to come out with something pretty big to beat NXT on its own night as it goes up against TNA in a highly hyped showdown. But you are right, that's not necessarily resulting in this show being like one of the best NXT episodes of the year. Knee coming in there by Ethan. Ethan with Ali. Nice, good work there by Ethan. That was great. And shoulder up. Ali is struggling a little bit at the moment. It's advantage Ethan. Ethan on his feet. Ali still down. Ethan... I'm surprised they haven't gone with, like, a surprise at the start of hour 2. I mean, if you think about the start of each hour being really important, you could have brought out a legend. You could have brought out a main roster star. You could have had, like, an announcement, special announcement at the start of this hour. Done a quick announcement, then got into this match. We haven't had anything in the way of surprises yet. Kick coming in there by Ethan. I hope Ali gets the title, said Suzanne. Spawny Boy said, the botches aren't killing my enjoyment of the show. Akeem said, AEW is on Tuesday because of baseball. Dr. Luchalala said, it'd be interesting to know how many people normally watch both NXT and AEW. I don't know if there's much overlap as what we think. Yeah, it's a good point. Right now we got Ethan with Mustafa Ali. Ali rolls through, drop kick, down goes Ethan. Ethan down, Mustafa is down. There's some good heavy-handed stuff in here. That was a really nice clothesline by Ethan. He really laid that in. Ali over against the ropes, getting back up to his feet. Ali to the outsides. Ali is climbing up, shot coming in there by Ethan. Ethan looking for a superplex. No joy at the moment. Headbutt coming in there by Ali. Ali is up top, perched, ready to go. But Ethan comes up. Oh! Oh, that was great. That was great. Man, Ethan jumped up, and as he jumped up in the corner, Ali immediately powerbombed him down. That was so smooth. That was so nice. That's one of my favorite parts of the night so far. That looks so good. That was, oh my God, I really want to see a replay of that. That was really good. Right now we got Ali still up top. Ethan coming over. Shot coming in there by Ethan. Right now we got Ali in the corner looking to grab Ethan. I mean, there feels like a big spot coming here. Just which way is it going to go? Bang! Onto the top. Ethan against the back. Big boot there by Ethan. 1, 2. Oh. Good work there by Ali to get out of that. Ethan is absolutely seething. Ethan does not appreciate the fact that Ali just got out of that pin. That was good, the way he got out of that. You just don't want to stay down, do you? Okay, over in the corner. Yeah, nice work by Ethan. Gets out the way. Ali. Over. Roll through. Hard into the corner. Going for the pin. 1, 2. Kick out. Mate, Ali just went so hard into the corner there. Chest first into the corner. Oh. Just showing the replay. Yeah, I'm amazed that he was able to kick out. There's a slight "this is awesome" chant. There's a couple of moments in there. I love that powerbomb and I love that corner spot. There's a couple of moments here. And clothesline earlier, DDT on the outside. I think there's been some really good action in this match. Best match so far. I don't think there's much doubt about that. Elbow. Round the back goes Ethan. Ali into the corner. Ethan goes down. Ethan. Oh, mate. Big DDT off the corner. Big spot. Ali. 1, 2. Ethan gets his shoulder up. Mate. Yes. Yes. This is what we wanted. Crowd's still a little bit quiet, though. I thought the crowd would be a bit more invested. Ali is dragging Ethan over to the corner. Bailey has just tweeted out Mustafa Ali, hashtag NXT Showdown. Ali lands on his feet. Ethan charges over, goes for a big boot. 1, 2. Kick out there by Ethan. Kick out by Ethan. Again, coming in, back elbow coming in there by Ali. Ali is up, looking for the ego's edge. No, reversed. 1, 2. Kick out. Nice. It is tit for tat. Lots of tits, lots of tat. Super kick coming in. Duck underneath there by Ali. Going up. I think he went for a cutter, but got hit midair. This might be the beginning of the end. No, backslides. Backslides. 1, 2, Ali. It's good. It's good. It's good. Good stuff. Now we're cooking, said Edwards. What a tornado, DDT, said Harith. So much better, said Jennifer. Ali won't win, said Suzanne. We're getting some good spots, said WrestleRant. I agree. Knee coming into the midsection. On the outside goes Ethan. Against the ropes goes Ali. Through. Oh, brilliant. Mate, if you're going to do a suicide dive, do a suicide dive. Ali suicide dove into Ethan, drove him straight over that commentary table. Mates. This is not even a conversation as to what the best match is so far. Booker T is like looking all concerned and frazzled. Ali is all tangled up. He's got wires around him. Ali, no, Ali! You're tangled, Ali! Ali's all tangled. Oh, Ethan! Oh, my God! Ali was all caught in the cable. Ethan capitalized. Ali just went flying into that barricade. He's still caught up in the cable. Oh, my God. And they're using it as the finish. It's so good. 1, 2, 3. Brilliant. Ethan Page, take a bow. Mustafa Ali, take a bow. That match was so good. And that finish with the cabling being involved. Look, it's still caught up around his leg. So good. He got pushed off the top to the flipping outside. It's so flipping good. And you know what? That was a match that had like moments dotted throughout it. And that is such a creative finish. It's so creative. I don't even know if it was meant to happen. I don't even know if he was meant to get caught up in the cable, if they just went with it. But there was such desperation. People were like, Ali, the cable. They were trying to tell him that he had the cable wrapped around his leg. They were desperately trying to tell him. If that was done on purpose, that is so clever. That is such a creative finish. Because it's one of those, isn't it? Like, if he hadn't got caught up in that cable, if he hadn't hesitated when he went up top, would he have won that match? Would he have gone up? Because Ethan was struggling to put him away. Oh. We do have Dr. Wagner backstage. If it wasn't planned, then even more credit to them, said Pappy Crocs. Yeah, I mean, it probably was. It probably was something they had planned. It was probably something they did discuss. But if it wasn't, and he just went with it, and that's how they, you know, it's such a creative finish. Right now we got Lexis King. He's talking to... Nothing gets past the King. He thought that was Tavian, but it wasn't Tavian. Love that finish. I've never seen that before, said Catherine. That was brilliant. Brilliant. We need to get the poll up, don't we? Okay, we're going to commercial break so we can just get our breath for a second. Him getting caught up in that cabling, so clever. La 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 la. Love that. Love. I mean, I think the main event's going to really struggle to beat that match, you know. Okay, we are at commercial break. That is going to be match of the night, said Jeremy. It just hurts that Cena's only got a couple of dates left. Lexis has got a Jericho-like character. Okay. Was that better than Obermoose? Said Robbie. Obermoose was a lot of fun. That was two big guys going at each other. I mean, I think this one actually benefits by following a couple of, like, underwhelming matches. I mean, even the Hardys match was off, but it had a great moment at the end with new champs. So even the Hardys match was a bit off. And then that second match was just, in places, a bit of a dumpster fire. I think this one really benefits by the fact that it followed those. And, yeah, honestly, I think I do prefer this match. Lots of praise, obviously, for that big final. I'm just seeing a lot of people online just, like, loving the way that match ended, which is obviously understandable. Daze, I love watching two guys go at each other. It's my favourite thing, honestly. I love doing watch-alongs of that. It's what I was put on this earth to do, is to do watch-alongs, live reactions, actually share my passion for watching two guys really go at each other. That is what I'm here to do. And it's great that we've built such a community that also enjoy the same thing. So welcome to everyone that is joining us. We've got one more match to go. We got 37 matches. 37 matches? 37 matches to go. 37 minutes to go. One more match to go. For me, Obermoose is one. I've got Paige Ali as 1A, says Robbie. Fair. I think both were fantastic. This is a great example of why 1v1 is best. Yeah, Aubrey, I agree. I don't like it when we get lots of guys together. I don't like that as much. I find it very overwhelming. But one-on-one, mano-y-mano. Yeah. Two guys just getting down and dirty. I'll watch that all day long, mate. All day. All day and twice on a Sunday. The Crab King said, between TNA and NXT's match, I pick the men to win. Yeah, I agree with the Crab King. I think the men are going to win this next one. I agree. Daze loves that one-on-one, said Alex. Yeah. Alex, if ever you fancy a one-on-one, just hit me up. Yeah. I've never actually been a participant, but I'm ready. Big Time said, Daze, who wins brand supremacy? I'm assuming no one wins if it's a tie, even though the whole deal was which brand wins. Well, I don't know. I mean, if it is going to be a draw, then I don't know what will happen at the end of the show. I mean, will it be that Sean and the Carlos guy will shake hands and we'll all just live in harmony? But in many ways, is that not what the world should do? You know, shouldn't we actually get, like, Donald Trump and Putin to do something similar? Okay, here we go. See you around, champ, already. We've got some... Oh, here's Zarya. We're going to be the new tag champs. Here's Blake. Oh, yeah, she didn't make the team, did she? She didn't make the team. You'll never get what you want as long as Soul keeps using you. You're being used. She only cares about one, and it's not the speed one. Imagine if she did only care about the speed one. That would be wild, wouldn't it? Matt Cardona against Josh Briggs next week. Oh, that match was so good. It makes it all worth watching, doesn't it? Dr. Wagner Jr. is going to be taking on Lexis King next week. Is this main event time? Oh. I thought we might have had a Noam Dar return with what we had here, but it's Leon Slater, is it? There he is in the crowds. Why is he coming through the crowds? Here's Leon Slater, the TNA X Division champion. We've got just over half an hour. Frankie Kazarian. But if what main roster stars show up at the end as a surprise, it's a draw. Something could happen at the end, said Nathan. There is Moose. Moosey Moose. Okay, Moose is in the... They're all in the crowd, making their way down to the ring. Here's Mike Santana. Let's go. I love Mike Santana. He's so good. I'm guessing Mike Santana pins Trick here, or Trick walks away. I can't figure out which one's going to happen, but I'm expecting Team TNA to win this. 2-1 NXT. NXT was down. NXT was losing. They've got back into the lead now. They've taken the leads. NXT can't lose tonight. They can draw, though. I finally found you on something other than TikTok, said the blind drummer. Hello, the blind drummer. I hope you're well, my friends. We've been enjoying the action so far tonight. Team NXT against Team TNA. And we are going to commercial break. Okay, Nita Nitro said, if my face is healed up, I'm happy to do a video, William. Wow. Wow. Nita Nitro, that is such an amazing offer that you've made William there. Respect. Respect. I love it when I jump in the chat and I, kind of walk in halfway into a conversation. I don't know what's led to that, but that's a hell of an offer there by Nita Nitro for William. And William is going to be really appreciative of that. So respect, honestly. Right. I could see the main roster stars joining in if this is a draw, said Nathan. Varlon said, imagine if Mace and T-Bar joined DarkState and then they could have a retribution gimmick. I'm not sure that's the right direction for DarkState. I think trying to avoid retribution comparisons is probably best to try and stay out of that lane. Bishop said, Daze, is Succession Wednesday or next Wednesday? Is Succession Wednesday or next Wednesday? It's next Wednesday, I think. It's not this week. It's not tomorrow. Because I think we've got... Is it a contract signing tomorrow? So I believe it to be next Wednesday. For a second then I was like, Succession, not the TV show. And my brain went, Evolve. Yeah, it is Evolve tomorrow, but I don't believe it's Succession. DarkState could form a newer Nexus, said Jen. I don't usually catch you live, said Havar, but wondering people's thoughts on the mic wrapping around Ali's foot. Is that an accident? I am leaning towards it being booked that way. I think that he would know that it was wrapped around his leg, and I think that it's a bit bit dangerous to try and use that as part of the finish if it wasn't intended to be part of the finish. So I'd imagine that it was planned. That's where I'm at. If it wasn't planned and they decided to go with that, I think that was a hell of a thing to do on the fly. Because as I said, you know, if you've got like a cable that's wrapped around someone's foot, like that can get caught in the ropes. You know, you can't venture. I mean, I was really pleased they didn't venture too far away from the edge of the ring. I think Ethan managed to put him away quite close to the ropes. If they tried to move over, I don't know that there would have been as much give. And yeah, I mean, for me, I think it was something that was probably planned. But I'm not confident in that. I mean, I thought it was an excellent finish. I mean, he's got caught up in that cable, and if it was real, they've gone with it, and it's just worked perfectly. It's the reason, isn't it? It's the whole reason as to why he lost the match. I mean, he was going up top, and it was the people saying in the cable, you know, that moment of him looking and being all tangled up. That is the moment that he has to try and untangle himself, and that ends up. I mean, he gets shoved to the outside then. So. Yeah, I mean, that's what swung the match, so it's brilliant. It was a brilliant spot. V85 said, I think the cable spot was planned, which is why they were slow from coming behind the table. Duran, though, thinks the cable was a wonderful mistake. Restaurant said, I hope it was planned, because it makes it much better. Spawny Boy said, if it wasn't planned, the ref would have removed it. Johnny said, what's the time for the start of this weekend? I don't know. I have to set the streams up. I mean, I know that we've got the stream starting is it 1 p.m. UK time? So I know that's when the actual show starts. We will start hours before that, though. We always start before the countdown shows, so we'll probably start 2-3 hours before that. I'm a bit reluctant to start too early, though, because I think in America it's going to be starting 8 a.m. Eastern. I think we can easily start 6 a.m. Eastern, but I don't know. Is there any point starting 5 a.m.? Who's going to wake up at 5 a.m. to join us? So, I don't know. But then, you know, we do need to think about other people other than those that are on Eastern time, but I think the large part of our community is obviously in America, so I don't know. It's a bit of a thinker, that one. Here's Myles Borne. Myles Borne making his way out. Johnny said, I'm in the UK. So that's going to be 1 p.m. that the show starts in the UK. Our stream will start 2-3 hours before that. Dr. Luchalala said, that's very unexpected. Okay, here's Trick. They're all coming out with NXT jerseys on. What that Trick? What that Trick? Okay, here is Ricky. Dun, dun. Yeah, man, I like these jerseys they've got. Ricky, the new NXT champ, making his way down to the ring. I wonder what the numbers signify. Why has Ricky got 21? Why has Myles Borne got 3? You could have any number on there. Why have they got those numbers? I wonder if commentary will tell us. This is going to be hard for TNA to get a victory. This one feels like a proper TNA against NXT match, though. This one feels a lot better. Santana, Leon Slater, Moose, Frankie Kazarian. I think that's a pretty good representation. Myles Borne making it into the NXT team is huge for him, isn't it? Okay, right now we've got Joe Hendry. Yeah, no. Wow, we've actually got some TNA chants. NXT, TNA, NXT. I mean, I suppose it makes sense that there would be some TNA fans in the crowds. Okay, Trick Williams gets the tag. Trick Williams comes in. Caden Carter is Mercedes' opponent. Okay, it's a bit underwhelming. Shot coming in there by Frankie. I like Caden Carter, though. I mean, I have no offense to her, but I don't know. Are people going to be changing the channel for that one? Trick Williams over in the corner. Myles Borne with a uppercut coming in. Frankie Kazarian in there with Myles. Nice. Looking for a net breaker. Gets it. Yeah, big opportunity this for Myles. I wonder if the number on the jersey represents match wins or losses, says Jem. I mean, like, Trick's got one. I think he probably is just number one, isn't he? Kick coming into the outsides. We got lots of bodies on the outside. We got Frankie. He goes to the outsides. Myles Borne looking to go against the ropes. Everyone's fighting. Borne. Bang! He nearly overshot, but it was okay. Let's go! Yeah! NXT! NXT! Well, no one's winning 4-0. That's good. Does NXT need to win this, though? Oh, they don't, do they? They don't need to win this and win the night 3-1. Right now, Kazarian up on the shoulder. 1, 2. I like it, though, because, I mean, the match matters, doesn't it? I mean, is TNA going to draw or is NXT going to get the win? We're going to find out here. So I'm going to be stuck underneath. Yeah, nice. Kazarian looking good, actually. Yeah, good. Do we get a big moment at the end, said Dr. Luchalala? I don't know. I'm not sure what that moment would look like. Myles gone? Frankie Kazarian eliminates Myles Borne. Myles is gone. Out of there, mate. Out of there. Wow, that was early, wasn't it? That was a big opportunity for Myles as well. Botched it. Right, let's end the Ethan one. Again, you lot have had enough time to vote on that. Ethan versus Mustafa Ali has come out as Great 80. Wow. Great 80. Booker T, I mean, why have we done that? I mean, what has Myles Borne really benefited from that? Of all the people to have eliminated quickly, like... I mean, I suppose it's got to be him, hasn't it? You can't do it to Trick. You can't do it to Ricky. You can't do it to Javon. I suppose it's got to be Myles. Is that why he was there? Because that was the spot they wanted to do? That's the reason why he made the team. Santana takes over Ricky. Ricky in the court. So it's advantage... It's advantage TNA if Trick does, like, walk away or something. Nice. Sling blade there by Ricky. Then that's obviously going to take NXT down to just a couple of people, isn't it? I drank 4 Mountain Dews today so that I could watch this NXT stream, said Keegan. Is that helping you stay awake, buds? Young OG is in there. Joe Hendry is going to screw TNA in this match and cause chaos, said Catherine. I've got work in a few hours, but I don't wanna, said Jennifer. Right now we got Javon. He's in there with... Javon gets planted. Mike Santana looking good. I really like Mike Santana. Right now we got Javon and Chop coming in. Javon is flipped over. Javon goes back to the corner. Someone said take his jersey off. I heard someone say go over, take his jersey off. Chop coming in there by Santana. Moose wants to come in. Young OG on the receiving end right now. Over in the corner, we've got... oh, there we go. He does take the shirt off. Chop comes in there by Moose. Young OG goes down. Moose with the Young OG. No, swing and a miss there by Moose. Young OG with some quick chops. Pop, 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 pop. All these coming in, spamming them during the commercial break. Drop kick by Moose. Young OG goes down. Moose. Fans are quite happy to cheer along with Moose. Back in the corner. Who's ready for the Australian pay-per-view, said Keegan. Should be good. Crowd should be good. Australian crowd are normally good. Johnny One said a wrestler referee would be so frustrating for a wrestler in the ring. Joe is going to win it for NXT, said Johnny One. Okay, we've got dueling chants again. NXT, TNA. Frankie has got the Young OG. Over the corner. Bang. Hard into the corner. Daze, did you watch the ARW Pro video I told you about? I didn't, but I didn't. I've probably already seen it, though. My focus is largely on WWE. I don't think that I'm quite ready for ARW Pro yet. It's too good. It's too advanced. Kick out there by Javon. Kazarian is legal, said Harith. Well, Kazarian is in there with Javon right now. Bailey has sent some love to Mustafa Ali. She said that Mustafa Ali inspires her. She is inspired by Mustafa Ali. Tag being made. Kick coming in there by Trick. Boot coming in there by Moose. Kick coming in there by Trick. Oh, Trick Slater. I'm here for that. Trick Leon Slater. Oh, trying to pick him up. Oh, reversed. That was sick. That was sick. Kick coming in there by Trick. Another kick by Trick. Oh, bang. Trick goes back to the corner. Leon Slater charging in. Mate, you're an Argy. Flips him over. Big boot. Once you can get on top of Leon Slater, once you can actually find a way in, once you can, like, you know, get him to slow down by half a step, then you can start to make some progress. But until you actually do that, he's going to keep reversing you. Good. Really good. Chop coming in there by Trick Willie. Tricky Willie in the corner. Slapping away at young Leon Slater. Another brutal chop coming in. Trick looking for another. Whoop, move out the way there by Leon. Chops coming in there by Leon. Up on the shoulders, Trick with Leon. Leon, of course, tried to land on his feet. Slipped over. Oh, miss. Oh, my God. Oh, my God. I like it. The bounce back. We're bringing in a little wheel spin, said Booker T. That was sick. Went for the kick. Missed it. Just came back with it. Oh. Backstabber. Javon goes flying in the air. Ricky Saints is in. Mike Santana's in. Ricky has got Santana. No, roll over. Santana into... Oh! Was that blocked by Ricky? No. Went for like a cutter. I didn't know if Ricky had got his hands out in time. Ricky goes out the ring, though. Mike Santana in there with Trick Williams. This match coming up soon, of course. An appetizer, a taster. Some good action in here. What a chop by Williams, said Harith. What a chop. Trick laying in them slaps, said Wrestle Rants. Right now we got Trick going outside the ring. Santana goes to the outside. Here's Leon. Leon and Javon. Leon and Javon. Bang. Kick coming in there by the young OG. Shot over to... Everyone's getting it. Everyone's getting it. Javon, duck underneath against the ropes. Bang! Lovely work by the young OG. Slater goes down. We're running out of time. We got 14 minutes. 14 minutes. Young OG. Bang. Lovely work by the young OG. Back in the ring. Going over against the ropes. Over the top. Mates. Through the ropes. Fully committed. Back in the ring. Over the ropes. Fully committed. Young OG. Bang. Over the other side. Gets caught. Moose. Moose has got the young OG. Oh, reverse there by Javon. Moose goes over. Young OG. He's been everywhere. I don't think there's a part of this flipping arena that he's not touched. Another kick coming in. Back in the ring. Jesus Christ, the amount of work this kid's doing. Yeah, I think he ran out of gas. He went over to... Oh, Leon eliminates. Javon. Gone by Leon Slater. I think the young OG did so much there, he kind of ended up just getting caught. Wow, it's Trick and Ricky looking at each other. That's a big elimination. That's a big elimination. Losing the young OG is a big blow to Team NXT. Leon Slater has just managed to get a big elimination there. Wow, you can see the vibe, the atmosphere, the energy. It's gone out of the room. If Trick loses the TNA belt, WWE can then give him a main roster call-up, said Dirt Gem. Wow. 1, 2, Trick gets his shoulder up. So, Moose, Leon, Frankie, Mike Santana. The TNA team is still at 100%. NXT are up in the night, 2-1. No elimination in the next minute or so, I reckon, says V85. Tag being made, Moose coming in. Yeah, Moose could be a real problem. I think Trick walks away, honestly. I think Trick walks away. I think that Ricky is left on his own. Made by Dawn said, I'm not into Trick Williams. I truly want WWE to change his character to something else. Jen said, Trick now feels bad for Javon. Right now, we've got a big splash there by Leon Slater. Trick's in there. Oh, it's a real blow, this. It's a real blow. Trick goes down. One knee. Is Joe going to help NXT now? Joe Hendry. I don't really want the refs kind of getting involved, honestly. Frankie is in there. We got 40-odd seconds. Then we're back from commercial break. So far, 10 minutes left to go here. And if you are Team NXT, it's a somber time right now. It's a very trying time right now. Frankie Kazarian in there with Trick. Trick managing to kick out, but Team TNA are wearing Team NXT down. You know that Team NXT are going to come back, though. They'll come back. They'll have some moments, but things are looking a bit bleak. Jen said, I wonder if Joe Hendry feels bad about making the 3 count to eliminate Javon. He shouldn't feel bad. It's his job. NXT leads the scoreboard at the moment. Okay, Moose grabbing the leg there of Trick. Right. I thought Frankie had retired, said Jennifer. Trick is caught by Moose. Kick coming in there by Trick. Net breaker there by Trick. We're heating back up again now. Back slap tag there by Ricky. Shot coming in there by Ricky. Kick coming in there by Ricky again. Ricky's in and Ricky's all fired up. Picks him up. Oh, lovely work there by Ricky. In Ricky we trust. In Ricky we trust. Shot coming in there by Ricky. Ricky coming in and really bringing some energy. Crowd a little bit quiet though. I think they can see that NXT are down and down bad. But Ricky bringing some much needed energy right now. Leon Slater driving Ricky down, stalling that momentum. Right now he's trying to reach over to Trick. He's trying to get to Trick. Trick is jumping down. Trick's going to walk. Trick's going to walk. Trick showing his true colours. He's going to walk. Forget this. Forget you. Forget this. We're losing. You're a loser. Trick Williams walks. Roll up by Kazarian. 1, 2. Kick out there by Ricky. Trick walks away. I am actually more upset with Kelani than I am Trick. If we were winning, Trick would have stayed. But with us losing, Trick's gone, nah. There's no point. We ain't going to win this. There is no point. And to be honest, I agree with him. 1, 2. Ricky down. I mean, the only problem you've got is that's going to take any sort of drama out of this unless Ricky can make a massive comeback now. If Trick and Ricky ever become a tag team, they would be named Tricky Ricky, said Jen. That's a really good point. I mean, you're absolutely right, they would. You've nailed that. Ricky's... Oh, okay, Frankie just gets eliminated. Oh, Leon Slater, 1, 2. Oh, kick out there by Ricky. Well, TNA aren't going to get it 100%. I think they probably should have got it 100%. Frankie gets eliminated. It feels like a token gesture. Crowd are trying to get behind Ricky, but I don't know, it's a struggle. Shots coming in there by Leon. Frankie outsaid Kader. Frankie outsaid Harris. At least WWE are putting TNA over. I kind of can't believe that, said Alex. Well, no joy. Leon all over Ricky. TNA, NXT, TNA, NXT. Leon Slater going up. There's no way Ricky can fight through these odds, says. Oh, knees up by Ricky. Ricky. Leon Slater eliminated. Leon Slater eliminated. So they're really trying to use this to get Ricky over, aren't they? Ricky's going to try and do this on his own. He's having to go through Frankie, Leon, Slater. Now he's going in there with Moose. He's got Mike Santana as well. I wonder if he does get another elimination. Drop kick there by Moose. Drop kick by Moose. I don't know. Are we back believing again? I'm not. But, well, things are happening. Moose. Crowd's really quiet, you know. The crowd's really quiet. Kick coming in there by Ricky. Moose. Bang. Moose with a senton. And that might do it. 1, 2. Ricky kicks out. Ricky kicks out. Dr. Lucha Lala said we've got 5 minutes. Yeah, I do wonder, though. I mean, we need a bit of time for whoever wins to celebrate. And is there going to be a little moment at the end to just put that cherry on top? Moose looking to put Ricky away. Ricky is up. Ricky, DDT. DDT. Ricky trying to crawl over and pin Moose. Moose should kick out. Moose should have kicked out of that. The crowd aren't even that... They're not... Honestly, the crowd have checked out. There's a few... Come on, Ricky. But there wasn't much drama when Mike Santana just broke up that pin. I think these Survivor Series matches have been quite tricky to keep the crowd invested. Swing and a miss there by Ricky. Big boot coming in there by Mike. Mike Santana telling Ricky to get up. Get up. Chop coming in there by Mike. I tell you what, if Ricky was to go on and beat the whole of Team TNA by himself, that's not going to do the relationship any good. Crowd is a bit dead, said Jeremy. TNA is pretty much WWE, but with a different owner, said Eric. I think they really were hoping for the crowd to be like, Ricky, 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 let's go, Ricky. They need someone in there right now going, Ricky, 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 NXT, NXT. Come on, crowds. You're flipping there every week. I've seen you all singing songs and dancing away. Get some flipping energy, would ya? Where's your balls? Right now, Ricky going up looking for a DDT. Come on, Ricky. Oh, Moose. Spear Santana. Here, Mike Santana is... survives. Mate, Moose Spear in Santana was a good spot. That was a good spot. Come on, Ricky. Ricky, 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 Ricky. Ricky over. Moose picking him up, power bombing him down. Ref, you've lost. Look, come on. You can't have both of them in there, ref. Come on. Come on, Joe. 1, 2, 3. Okay, Ricky loses. TNA wins. TNA wins. There we go. Don't forget, get your scores in for the match. Oh, here we go. Backstage. Here we go. Okay, Battle Royal next week. Blimey now. That was all polite, wasn't it? That was all flipping lovely. Well, thank you very much. It was a lovely night. I had a great time. We're going to try and crown a new #1 contender. We're going to do a Battle Royal next week. And I had a lovely time. I hope you had a lovely time. Well done. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you, everyone. Thank you. Invasion. Do you know what? In retrospect, I'm glad that we changed the name of this show from Invasion, because this show didn't live up to the name Invasion. It should have been called NXT, a polite disagreement. NXT, a slightly animated conversation. think Invasion was too harsh, too brutal to sum this up. As we were backstage shaking hands. NXT, a little bit botchy, and we shake hands at the end. That's what the show could have been called. Well, we were hoping for some big bomb to go off at the end. We were hoping for something big and dramatic. And, well, I mean, you know, it ended. We got to see Santino. That was nice. It's always nice to see Santino. So we got to see Santino. And, you know, yeah. NXT TNA, misunderstanding, said Glockner. Yeah! Oh, tune into that. Misunderstanding. Join us next year for bad communication. Well, there we go. That was the invasion story everyone had been waiting for. And I don't know, man. I mean, it can be studied, it can be analysed, but it can't really be escaped that both of them Survivor Series matches were flat. I think the men's was better than the women's. And yeah, it ends 2-2, and we all just go, what did we learn? What did we learn? We learned that even NXT can have off days, but we also learned that Ethan and Mustafa are capable of putting on a flipping banger, mate. We learned that as well. I mean, imagine if that match wasn't on this show. Imagine if we didn't have Ethan against Mustafa. Imagine if we had gone with someone else that was like mid. Imagine if there was a mid-match there. This would be... Well, I mean, we would have had the Hardys winning the titles. That's a history moment, so I don't want to overlook that. I don't think the match is brilliant, but the moment's good. So, you know, we did get that moment, and we did get that match, Ethan against Mustafa, but really outside of that, I think we have to say it was underwhelming, certainly by NXT standards. Made by Dawn said it was okay. I did not personally watch the men's match because of Trick Williams. We learned that Mustafa and Ethan should have closed the show. They should have closed the show. Jen said, we learned that a tie means no winner. We did learn that. Actually, we learned a lot, didn't we? We learned a lot. I think they moved the NXT writers to Raw, and now we get the clowns from Raw, said Johnny. Catherine said, that was fun, off to start Alice in Borderland. Oh, you're off to watch that film. I don't even know what that is. Ninja said, I enjoyed it. Pretty good matches. Didn't think this is over. I don't think this is over. I'll give it a 7.3. Nothing crazy, but still solid. Johnny, shout out to you. Akeem said, maybe we could have done Hardys at the end. Yeah. Carmen said, I might attend the first Indiana-based promotion. Do it. And give us a report of how it went. Grant, hello, Grant. Hardys, Dudleys for both belts would be awesome. Oh, yeah. Yeah, that's Sunday, isn't it? The best part of the show was the ending, said Alfie. I enjoyed it. I'm happy with the Hardys win, said Nathan. Daze, was that better than the original Invasion pay-per-view? Nah, I mean, I think the build for this was frustrating. I think that the show itself is frustrating. I mean, I do think that Ethan Mustafa Ali is about as good as anything on either of those shows. I mean, I really enjoyed that match. You lot did as well, giving it a great 80%. I think that this was rushed. I think we know why, because it was going up against AEW. And, you know, maybe if it had cooked a bit longer, maybe if they'd had a bit more time to prepare, maybe it would have been a bit better than what we ended up getting served. But it was such a weird show. it was such a weird exception, if you will, that, okay, fine, on we go. It's one of those where I get the criticism, but I really do. There was definitely a fair few botches in there, but I don't know. The great thing about NXT is that, well, that's, it's been brilliant in 2025. I have got no doubt that next week we're just going to be back to normal and we'll just be back to a really great show again. So, but for a much hype show, I think that there was a bit too much sloppiness in there. But nice that both teams draw, and nice that we don't have anyone being upset about that side of things, James said the original Invasion was effing garbage. It's more rushed than a 2020 pay-per-view, said Jem. Are we surprised that Joe didn't turn? Well, no, actually, that is something I am pleased about, that the refs didn't play a part. I'm glad the refs didn't screw anyone or become a factor. I didn't need that as a distraction. So, yeah, I'm pleased about that. I'm also pleased, actually, that the winners that won, because I think they all make sense. I think I think they had the right winners. I think 2-2, I'm not down on that. I'm glad the refs didn't get involved. I think Ethan against Mustafa is a bona fide banger of a match. Really enjoyed that. I mean, I don't want to paint this show as being like 2, 3 out of 10 type situation. I mean, I think 5 or something like that is probably fair. There's just too much here that doesn't deliver. And, to be honest, you lot said that opening match was great 59, but I don't think you would have given it that score if DarkState had won. I think you could have done the exact same match, and I think had DarkState have won, that would have got a much, much lower score, because I didn't think the match was that great, honestly. But you lot said the first thing was great 59. Then Women's Survivor, good 87. Men's Survivor, good 97. But Ethan against Mustafa, a country mile ahead of everything else. Great 80%. So there we go. That was the show. And as we said, the great thing about NXT is I have got no doubt we will be back to our usual quality programming by next week. Stuart said, Daze, what NXT match is your favourite ever? And what's your favourite wrestling match ever? Favourite NXT match? Probably Pete Dunne, Tyler Bate from Chicago, TakeOver Chicago. I think because Pete Dunne's from Birmingham, Tyler Bates from like 2 miles away from where I was born. To see them on a NXT TakeOver stage. Plus also, that match, they bring out JR. He goes on commentary. And actually, before Pete Dunne and Tyler Bate have that match, JR says to them, don't let me down, boys. It's special for me to be back and commentating. So don't let me down. And oh my God, did they deliver for him. So, I mean, I love Johnny Gargano Andrade. I love Bailey Sasha. I love Sammy Shinsuke. All of those are bangers. I mean, American Alpha against Revival, amazing. I mean, there's so many great matches, but I think probably for personal reasons, to see 2 people from really where I was born and where my family are from to go out there and deliver what is still regarded as one of the best NXT matches. That's not just like a hidden classic. If you look at like most NXT countdown lists, that match features. So I haven't picked some at random that sucked. I've picked some that is genuinely considered one of the best NXT matches. I do love Johnny Andrade though. That would be a very, very close second. Johnny against Andrade. I love that match. Candice LeRae getting involved, Zelina getting involved, brilliant. Favorite match ever, yeah. Shawn Undertaker, WrestleMania 25. My 2 favorite wrestlers. My favorite gimmick character, The Undertaker. My favourite in-ring performer, Shawn. Those 2 going up against each other and just creating magic. Absolute magic. So, yeah, to me, that is my favourite WWE match. Obviously, on the grandest stage, 25-year anniversary of WrestleMania. Just amazing. And it kicks off 4 amazing years, doesn't it? Where you've got like Undertaker against Shawn, Undertaker against Shawn, Undertaker against Triple H, Undertaker against Triple H. You could even include Undertaker, CM Punk, but that's not really connected. But those are the matches we get before the end of the streak. And brilliant. All of them. Brilliant. But that one in particular is my favourite. So, right, I'm going to go and do the talking points video. Thank you to everyone that joined us. Really appreciate people swinging by. I know it might not have totally delivered, but it certainly gave us a fair few talking points. And I know that to be true because I've got a real full folder here. So there we go. Thanks a lot for watching. And I will see you again maybe tomorrow for Evolve. But if not, then we've got a hell of a weekend coming up. Plenty of stuff on the way. We're going to be live on Friday for SmackDown. Live on Saturday for Crown Jewel. Live on Sunday for TNA Bound for Glory. Live on Monday for Raw. Live next Tuesday for NXT, live next Wednesday for Evolve, live tomorrow for Evolve as well. Mate, flipping never stops. Right, thanks for watching. Bye for now.